Good morning. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Are we ready? Are we on the mood today? I see that we have quite an audience from our students, our colleagues, professors, decision makers. All of them are here gathered, and we believe that we are going to witness a very good day. We will leave here with full of the knowledge. So I am Mehmet Recai Uygur, associate professor in here, and today I will be moderator of this event. But of course, together with me, I'm not going to be only the moderator, and together with each other, we are going to witness a very profound moments in here. We gather here as a community to say that we refuse to be passive in the age of volatility. We refuse to be passive in the age of uncertainty. And at the same time, with one voice, we are going to declare that we are going to fight against it. We are going to answer to it. So, why we are doing this? Because volatility is not an exception in our life anymore. It is in our landscape. It is in the air that our students breathe. It's a tension in our workplace. It's uncertainty in our everyday life. And we cannot live with this anymore. From our individual level of relations till our organizational level, uncertainty has been surrendered to us. And we are organizing such events to not just stay aside, but to share and to make everything clear in the face of humanity. Most of you are our students. You are here, the future decision maker. You are here, the future professors and future engineer maybe. You are the future of society. So your role in here is most important than any others because you are going to gather information from here. You are going to gather new approaches from here and you will learn how to implement it in our future. So our conference, our symposium, which we name it Navigating Volatility with Mindfulness from Individual Practices to Organizational Strategy. This is not just a conference. It's a statement. It's a declaration. Today we are going to witness profound and remarkable moments, as we said. We gather researchers from all around the world. Of course, we have many online participants also, and these events are being shown online, and people are watching us online as well. From Kosovo to Finland, from Greece to Spain, from Poland to Croatia and Lithuania, not by coincidence, by choosing each of them specifically, we bring them all together for you to deliver the information and to discuss together. So today, let's be bold. Let's question bravely, and let's discuss together at the end of the conference with your questions that is going to also enlighten us, because questions are the main things that are making us creative. Questions are the main things that are allowing us to find a new way, the new path for the future. So with this spirit, I would like to invite our director of SMK College of Applied Science for her opening remarks of this conference. Victoria Polubinskiene.
Thank you, Mehmet. And you know, after this inspiring speech, I don't know what to say. So, hello everyone. Hello our academic community and our guests, international guests. So thank you for everyone that you are here today. And I would like to share three, I think, important things. First of all, today is the day when all of us, we declare that science, knowledge, innovations are really important for us. For us all, because we are here in this hall. Second thing is that we dedicate really limited resource of our lives, our time, for research, for knowledge, for innovations. So I would like to say thank you for every you that you dedicate your time for that. That shows that's really important for us today. And not only today, maybe. And of course, I would like to thank you for all our team members, because this conference is traditional conference, and we put a lot of effort for that we could have this traditional conference. So thank you very much for all team, because you are really, you have this power of research, you have this power of innovations, and you share and spread this power to all our community. Thank you for our guests too, because you also are a part of our power. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a good day today.
Thank you very much, dear Victoria. Like always, you managed to become inspiring. So, our conference, it will focus on 3 main areas. One of them is mindful living, where we ask, how can the individual remain whole in a world that constantly threatens to break us apart? Another one is mindful education, where we rethink our classroom not as a factories of information, but as ecosystems of care, curiosity, and human growth. Another one is mindful employment, where we challenge the workplace of today to evolve into environments that honor meaning, dignity, and mental well-being. With this scope, I would like to invite our first key speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Katrina Kelmendi, Department of Psychology from University of Pristina.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a big pleasure being here with you today and to discuss such an important topic of resilience and mindful living in this dynamic world that we are living. Dear professors, researchers, students, and representatives of the institutions, as Mehmet said, I'm Katrina. I'm coming from Kosovo, Department of Psychology, and today I will talk about the work that I'm doing together with my professor, distinguished Professor Sherry Hamby, on an issue of human resilience in Kosovo contexts. Our study, in a way, what brings it brings the real-life experiences of Kosovo people, and maybe you might know that Kosovo is the newest country in Europe. Post-conflict society, collectivist society, low and middle income country with very low resources for promotion of mental health and well-being. So I think this context is very important to be emphasized, because in a low-income country with limited resources, it's important to understand what are the strengths that make people resilient. So I would like to begin with a simple question. What do people want from life? Most of us want happiness, love, joy, meaning, but at the same time, most of people want less adversity, trauma, victimization as well. We want all less anxiety and stress. So what we're trying to answer today is how to help people overcome all these adverse experiences. But to begin with, it's important to go through what research tells us. If we look into early research trauma, we can see that early life trauma, which could combine physical violence, abuse, neglect, psychological violence, exposure to different forms of violence, have long-term mental health consequences and physical consequences. Also, what we know from research on trauma is that people who experience adversity in their early life, they also might have higher rates or higher vulnerability for experiencing anxiety, depression, and also chronic mental health diseases, chronic health and mental health diseases in a later life. So, what we also know, it's important that trauma and childhood experiences, they do not happen in isolations. They are interconnected, which means that people can experience violence during their lifetime in different contexts and in different forms. So physical violence is related or coexist with psychological violence, abuse, and neglect. So this is the concept of polyvictimizations, which is important for resilience as well, because what we know is that the cumulative risk or dosage of these experiences is the one that makes people vulnerable. But there is another side of the story. So despite all the struggles that people have, including all these types of victimizations and adversities, people manage to thrive, not only to cope with negative experiences, but to thrive and even go stronger. And this is the idea where resilience comes through. So my professor, Sherry Hamby, who developed this resilience portfolio model, for which I will talk later, she has a very nice saying that trauma is everywhere, but so is resilience. So what we're trying to understand is that what are these strengths that make people thrive and grow stronger after these adverse experiences. And this is a strength-based approach, because we used to see things from the deficit perspective. What is wrong? What is consequences? If we switch the perspective, we could help people who are struggling with surviving, we could help them thrive and grow. So the research, in fact, the resilience portfolio research comes from the positive psychology perspective and framework. And this work is supported by other researchers like Ungar, Bonanno, and Hamby. It's important to say that the resilience portfolio model doesn't see resilience how it's used to be seen in the research. It's used, previous researchers has looked at the resilience as a fixed trait. Instead, the resilience portfolio model considers that resilience is a dynamic process which is built through resources and assets that individuals have in their disposal, which means it's related to our inner strength, like how to keep myself calm in a stressful situation, how to cope more effectively. It looks at the strengths which are related to the community. For example, is there support from friends, from family, from community networks? And also it looks at the strengths which are related to something that is larger than ourselves, like meaning-making strengths, like purpose, optimism, aspects related to spirituality. So what makes people resilient is the combination of these strengths. It's diversity of the strengths and density of the strengths. So for me, coming from Kosovo post-war society, was very much important to understand what made my people able to thrive and grow stronger after the adversity that we have experienced. So coming from, how to say, deficit perspective studies, because my research interests in the beginning were very much into victimization, I needed to go out from there, and I went to resilience. And it kind of gave meaning to my experiences as well. So this is a personal story why I'm working on resilience. A resilience portfolio model initially had three main dimensions, as I said. So it's regulatory strength, which focuses on managing behavioral and responses to stress and adversity. Interpersonal strength, which is related to ability to assess and utilize social resources. And meaning-making strength, which is related to ability to connect something that is larger to oneself. The newest domain, which was in 2005 developed, is environmental strength. And this is a special issue which is published in Trauma, Violence and Abuse Journal of SAGE journals, where we came up from the scoping reviews that we gathered from many countries, another dimension, which we called it first environmental strength, which means this is something that people use as a resource when they are in a nature, when they use nature, when they use physical environments that help them being stronger, like parks, museums, libraries, transportations, and so on. We're still struggling with the definition if this is environmental, because it's not only connection to the nature, or it's physical, because in some of the scoping reviews, we found that also policies and regulations were also an important resource for overcoming adversity. So we're still trying to understand how to name it, but these are resources that exist outside the individual. Strengths, these are the strengths that we have looked for. I will talk about this later. These are some of the measures that we have used, but I will talk about it later. As I said, Kosovo's history in a way shaped a strong and resilient spirit in people. But it was war, and recent studies shows that war was also, experiences of war were also combined with high rates of domestic violence, high rates of co-occurrences with violence against children. And there were, as I said, limited research on trauma and resilience in non-Western countries, because we know that most of the literature in trauma and resilience comes from the Western countries. So in order to understand what are the strengths of this specific context that promote resilience, we began with a scoping review study, and we looked at the values that helped people in promotion of resilience. This scoping review included only 42 studies. Majority of the studies looked at the deficit perspective, as I said, but we were managed to also find distinct aspects which were related to resilience as well. What we have found from this scoping review, protective factors in Kosovo that helped people grow and thrive were social support. And this is not surprising, because we are still collectivist society. We rely on each other. We rely on our networks. So social support was one of the main strengths. And the other thing was sense of purpose. And sense of purpose was very much related to the thriving and surviving, but at the same time to the nation meaning making, because immediately after the war, the urge for building the country, despite whether people lost their loved ones or their houses were destroyed, was one of the key strengths that made people coming back. I will share you just one figure. For 1 month, for like less than a month, 1 million people, oh, really? 1 million people were thrown from Kosovo. For 3 months, all of them returned. So this was a resilience story. What we found is that there were also other, like social activism was also one of the important strengths. We found in one of the studies that people who lost their loved ones begin to work in different organizations that help other finding missing people. Okay, because I don't have much time, I will go. These are the measures. So our research began with a scoping review, then we went in a qualitative study with emerging adults where we used resilience portfolio interview for understanding the strength, and then we went to the quantitative study. And what I wanted to present to you today was a quantitative study that we have done with 600 individuals, and we used different measures of strength. This is the first study that was done with resilience portfolio model, and there we did not had at that time, this is published in 2024, and environmental strengths were not invented at that time. I would have to say one thing, because we first measured adversity and victimization. 93% of the sample experienced some form of adversity. And then we wanted to see how the strengths are working in the context of post-traumatic growth and also subjective well-being. And what we have found is that a sense of purpose, optimism, religion meaning-making, and polystrength, which is an indicator of diversity of strengths, were the significant ones for the post-traumatic growth. And it explained around 40% of variance. And it's important to say that this was controlling for demographics and also adversity. The same was for the subjective well-being, polystrength, sense of purpose, optimism, and psychological endurance explained around 34% of subjective well-being variance. We had some unexpected findings. For example, coping was negatively associated, anger management and moral meaning making. One of the explanations that we gave is that coping in Kosovo immediately after the war was problematic coping, the problem-based coping, because people needed to rebuild their life, find jobs, and so on. But the study was done in 2023, where our country is struggling with a lot of resources. So lack of unemployment, high poverty, lack of employment resources for young people, because majority of the sample was from the young people. So people were practicing, as it seems, avoidance coping. On the other hand, moral-based meaning-making is another interesting, unexpected finding, because, as I said, we are a collectivist society, but we are moving toward individualism. So, and we have some research showing the trend of movement. And it's interesting to say that in collectivist society, family ties sometimes appeared to suffocate young people, and to impose the moral values and other aspects. So this is also one of the reasons why we consider that resilience, that moral meaning making, didn't work in this model. I would like, since I don't have much time, I said that one of the, so it's done? 1 minute, okay. Okay, so in order to promote resilience in low-income country with low resources, we need to find ways how to work with less. So mindfulness is one of the ways or techniques that we have seen also through the research that it costs very low. It's not costly. It could be, people could be easily trained to do it and could be easily integrated in different activities for promotion of resilience. The other thing, because I have much more slides, but I will go to this one, narrative writing, it's another way where you retell the story. And while you're retelling the story, it seems, according to the research, it can help you process and also redefine your experiences. And the last one is, or one before last, is gratitude journals and diary. Low cost and easily to do it. And the last one for me that is also very important is green spaces, like forest bathing, yoga. And what we have seen also from the research is like community initiatives, like gathering local plants. And also we know from research that in many countries, healthcare centers, medical doctors, family practice medical doctors has been trained to prescribe nature walk as a way to cope with headaches and other psychosomatic challenges. So thank you very much. We have a new study, but I will talk in another occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Milena, I heard you. Thank you. Sorry if I'm acting like a government, but I need to take some minutes from your minutes as a tax. So it was a very nice presentation. Resilience. Are we all here? Very good. Resilience is the power that we get in order to survive in this complicated life which we create by our own hand. And now, Dr. Katrina gave us a very inspiring presentation. My dear friends, do you see this screen? There is QR code. Let's use it for the questions. I am seeing your questions, and at the end, we will deliver your questions to the speakers, okay? Milena, thank you. So I would like to invite our next speaker, PhD candidate Arin Agic in Department of Social Science in Hungary University of Sports Science. We'll talk on mindfulness and inclusion. Oh, Dimitra. Oh, sorry, Dimitra. It was confusion. Yeah, let me announce you again. I would like to invite Associate Professor Dimitra Metalinui. Is it true? Nice to meet you, from Greece, West Africa.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dimitra Metalinou. I'm an associate professor in Department of Midwifery in the University of West Attica, and not Africa, from Greece. Before I begin, I would like to warmly thank the organizing committee for the honored invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here with you, and of course I thank all the colleagues and the students for your presence this morning. So my presentation is entitled Mindfulness in Neonatal Critical Care, Navigating Volatility with Present Moment Awareness. Before I begin, I would like to say some few words about midwives. The motto for this year is that midwives are critical in every crisis. And I would like to say some few words because I know that the audience is diverse here. We have a lot of specializations, different professionals. So I would like to say that midwives are present through birth, emergencies, and critical neonatal care. They provide holistic care. That means providing care including physical, emotional, and psychological support, are skilled in stabilization of newborns and early interventions, are the professionals that first notice the sudden changes in infant and maternal condition, promote dignity, respect, and compassionate care. They are the advocates for mothers, infants, and family-centered care, communication bridge between families and the medical team. And in neonatal and critical care settings, their presence brings skill, calm, humanity, becomes a source of strength for families. And finally, support parental bonding in high-stress NICU settings and provide trauma-informed care during unexpected complications. Some few words about what is a neonatal intensive care unit, because I'm not sure that everyone has been there or knows about it. So in that unit, we have fragile, critically ill, or premature infants, constant monitoring, alarms, and urgent interventions, complex medical technology, and rapid decision-making, parents in emotional distress and uncertainty, emotional tension, communication can be difficult under stress, many ethical dilemmas, and difficult conversation, and balancing technology with gentle human touch. So, mindfulness is about being fully present in the moment, and that means paying attention on purpose without judgment, awareness of thoughts, emotions, and the body, responding calmly instead of reacting automatically, staying grounded, noticing stress before it overwhelms yourself, and bringing compassion ourselves and others. What has all this to do with the NICU environment? Mindfulness helps maintain clarity during emergencies, supports gentle bonding and gentle handling and communication, keeps focus on the infant and the family, not the chaos in the NICU, and encourages empathy in difficult situations. So when you see these kind of pictures, what is the first thought in a parent's heart when they see their infant in an incubator surrounded by machines? So some of the emotions that come up is shock, fear, grief, uncertainty. And what about the healthcare professionals? Panic, stress, disorganization unfolds when we don't have that mindfulness to pause, breathe, and respond. So it's very important to have mindfulness because it's how the team behaves, regulates emotions, supports bonding in clinical care. Parents feel safer and more involved. And NICU is not only medical, it's relational. It's how we create relationship with the parents and the families. So it's a lot around family-centered care, collaboration and communication, and shared emotional resilience. What does healing look like, not medically, but emotionally? So looking at that pictures, we feel hope, strength, calm, and bonding. And when we talk about healthcare professionals, we see collaboration, organization between all of us. So why mindfulness matters in neonatal critical care? It reduces emotional overload and stress, helps staff protect their mental health, supports clear thinking during emergencies, turns panic into presence, improves communications with families under pressure, creates calmer, safer interactions with fragile infants, strengthens resilience during the hospital journeys, encourages parents to bond and participate in care, and makes space for empathy even in the crisis. So I would like also to present some evidence on that topic. So here it's a paper for a very good scientific team, and it talks about mindfulness, how mindfulness reduces distress in NICU mothers. So we have here a mixed methods study in the US, conducted the research, and it was an interventional study delivered with introductory video, audio, and mindfulness practices. So not to get you a lot of tired. After that program, mothers reported significant reductions in anxiety, depressive symptoms, post-traumatic stress symptoms, NICU-related stress, and sleep disturbances. And that improved self-compassion and self-care, positive coping strategies, interpersonal relationships, and what is the key message? That mindfulness measurably reduces psychological distress for NICU mothers and supports healthier coping and bonding. Another, a paper about mindful kangaroo care, and kangaroo care means skin-to-skin contact between the mother or the father and the infant. And again here, we had an intervention, and what the study showed is that mothers using mindfulness techniques, they reduced distress and anxiety, improved emotional regulation, more positive bonding, and the standard care group did not show the same level of emotional improvement. So adding brief mindfulness coaching in kangaroo care enhances emotional benefits and helps mothers stay calm, present, and connected with their infant. We have also more studies that show that mindfulness can change mothers' experience in the NICU from fear and helplessness to grounding, connection, and self-compassion. And mindfulness offered emotional relief and traditional education alone did not provide. So mindfulness is here in the NICU settings, in crisis, to help practically, and it's easy to implement. Even a single short training session can support NICU parents emotionally. What about the staff, the healthcare professionals? So, who has been studied? Because the papers were a lot, the evidence is too much, so I tried to put all that I read and that I know in one slide. So, who has been studied? These are NICU nurses, midwives, ICU nurses, that means intensive care unit, and interdisciplinary teams. What were the interventions? We have mindfulness-based stress reduction courses, short-guided mindfulness training at work, brief breathing, grounding exercises, digital app-based mindfulness programs, and mindful self-compassion practices. And what did the results show? That healthcare professionals have lower stress and burnout, less emotional exhaustion, better emotional regulation in emergencies, improved teamwork and communication, higher job satisfaction and well-being, and staff reported being calmer, more patient, and more compassionate with families. So, mindfulness strengthens resilience and helps NICU professionals provide safer, calmer, more connected care. What families notice when healthcare professionals are mindful? Healthcare professionals speak more softly and slowly. They explain procedures clearly. They make eye contact and listen. Parents feel respected and safe, and trust grows quickly. how mindfulness improves care for the infants. It's not only about staff well-being, it improves the care infants they receive in general. So when we have calmer staff, we have gentler hands, quieter voices and soft handling, and infants in the neonatal intensive cares have a lot of interventions from the professionals. We have improved focus that reduces the risk of errors during the high-pressure tasks, better communication, more presence during procedures under resuscitation, and families feel emotionally safer and more supported. Finally, what mindfulness is not emptying the mind, not slowing clinical response, not ignoring emotions, not replacing medical experience, and it's not relaxation or sedation. So my message is that we can bring more humanity, softness, and awareness into the most critical moments of life. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Lithuania.
Thank you very much. Okay. Apparently we mixed West Attica with West Africa. That's what it happens when you hang out with African a lot. So let me not make another speaker to wait. Now we inviting PhD candidate Arin Agic, Department of Social Science, Hungarian University of Sport Science, Budapest, and she's going to talk about mindfulness and inclusion lessons from sports and resilience communities.
Thank you, Mehmet, for the double introduction. Thank you to the SMK organizing team and especially Ron Letzai for your very kind invitation and for your warm welcome to SMK and to Vilnius as well. Today I'm coming with a topic, mindfulness and inclusion, lessons from sports for resilient communities. As Mehmet had said, I come from the Hungarian University of Sports Sciences, but I am originally from North Macedonia. It is important to mention since my case study is for this country. I would like to start my presentation with a quote from Fritz Perls, one of the founding fathers of Gestalt psychology, who says awareness by its very nature changes the structure of experience. Why I decided to start with this quote is because before mindfulness we have awareness, and by having the awareness and then mindfully and purposefully taking action on certain events and thoughts and experiences becomes possible and turns into mindfulness. What am I going to talk about? The content is, since I come from the sports background, first I want to share why I've decided to bring sports as a field, both as an analytical tool and as a field of experience. I'm going to talk about the case of North Macedonia, which is the case that I've chosen to do my fieldwork in. And to talk about what happens and how do we go from segregation to inclusion, and lastly about mindfulness and how actually mindfulness looks in practice. Sports as a social mirror. Of course, I will be talking about sports, but sports as a field, it is very much mirroring the society and the social dynamics, the political climate, and everything that goes on within a given community. It can be mirrored and it can be seen as an active dynamic in the field of sports as well. Sports has been used as a tool for inclusion, especially in the recent years, and you can see it a lot among European projects and beyond Europe as well. It has been used from governmental, non-governmental, profit, non-profit sectors as a very crucial and important tool for inclusion. But I have included a question mark. Is is it really always a tool for inclusion if we are not mindful on how we actually use sports in specific contexts? The case of North Macedonia, just very briefly, it is important to understand the dynamics and how the research, especially on the field, went on. North Macedonia is it's based in Southeast Europe. It got its independence in 1991. It is with a population of 1.8 million, and it is a home to many ethnic minorities and religious minorities as well. It is important to mention that there is a very clear ethnic division in the country which has made North Macedonia the perfect case to be analyzed and studied to better understand on how sports can both segregate and unite ethnic minorities if used correctly. I also want to mention that not only there is an ethnic division, and it is very much reflected in the political climate in the country, there is also an urban division, especially in the capital city of North Macedonia, which is Skopje. I have drawn it by hand on the map to show how the city is divided to two with the river Vardar, dividing the ethnicities in the city in a physical, literal sense as well, which brings a lot of problem when we want to work with contact-based interventions, which I will talk about later. So on the north side of the city, mainly the Albanian ethnic minorities are living, who is the biggest ethnic minority in Macedonia with 25% of the total population. And among Albanians, there are also Turkish, Roma, and Serbians, and even smaller ethnic groups. And on the south part of the city, the majority ethnic Macedonian people live. And when I talk about urban division, this, not only the city itself, but the institutions have been divided as well, from education, from the healthcare systems, from basically daily life activities and physical venues have been divided where these ethnic groups do not very much mix on daily basis. Sports in North Macedonia, I will specifically be talking about basketball, and a lot of people ask me why basketball? It's a very specific sport to choose to analyze. Mainly researchers go for the most dominant active sports, which in the case of North Macedonia, it's actually football and handball. Basketball comes third. But in 2011, during the Eurobasket Games in Lithuania, Macedonia beat Lithuania and became the fourth, which was the very big historical moment. And thanks to the experience of the male senior national team here in Lithuania, there was a huge shift in how basketball started to be perceived and loved, and new generation hopped onto the sport, which also worked great for me because it became a perfect analytical field for me as a researcher as well. And of course, it comes from a very personal space because I am a basketball player myself and now a basketball coach for many, many years, and also as a minority with experiences on this field, I decided to bring this topic in academic world at the same time. The study which I will be talking about, it was published in February 2025. It was a pilot study and more of an experimental study where I decided to bring multiple fields together to be able to analyze how prejudice and discrimination towards ethnic minorities happen and take place specifically in basketball. The theoretical framework that I decided to use, I decided to bring aspects from sociology and from psychology as well. Social identity theory, prejudice development, contact hypothesis, Gestalt psychology, and Gestalt psychotherapy. Why I decided to go with multiple aspects and theories is because when we talk about mindful intervention and also as an analytical tool, I saw that we cannot look into such issues only from a perspective of sociology, so I felt like bringing in psychological tools would have added this extra layer to better understand the dynamics. I did qualitative research. I worked with focus groups in Macedonia. I had 6 focus groups with male basketball players coming from ethnic Macedonian background, with whom I wanted to see what are their perceptions, beliefs, and attitudes towards ethnic Albanians specifically as the biggest minority group in the field of basketball. How do these prejudices exist, and what are the lived experiences when it comes to prejudice development? In this stage, I also want to talk about being a mindful researcher, being on the field, and to bring this aspect, which I find very important, that when we go on the field, especially to talk about such sensitive matters, especially when we do research on personal topics and personal lived experiences, is very important. I was lucky enough to have wonderful supervisors who have prepared me and given me mindful tools, and when I go to lead the focus groups, to be prepared as an ethnic minority myself and what I might be exposed to coming from an ethnic majority, such as discriminative, prejudiced attitudes and beliefs towards the minority. The key findings and narratives from incredibly interesting conversations that I had with the players through the focus groups was that there is a very clear team identity, and they make a split and difference between us versus them. This is where the ethnic boundaries became very clear, and how the social identity is actually built among them. I know who I am by differentiating myself from the others. However, when we differentiate ourselves from the other, sometimes this can come from a place of biases and prejudice. The second finding was defining what it means to be Macedonian, to better understand how they perceive identity and how these kids make a difference about what it means to be a Macedonian, what it means to be an Albanian, and this gave the space to understand the narratives and the biases that they have. Which led to talk about the perceptions towards ethnic Albanian players that were defined as being rude, very aggressive on the court, problem causing. There was a lot of fear when they talked about playing against them or going to the other side of the city to play in basketball gyms that belong to the ethnic minority community. And that the acceptance of the ethnic Albanian players, especially in national teams, was heavily reliant on and dependent on assimilation and not equality. They had to be very, very good basketball players for the Macedonian players to say, okay, fine, he can play for us, only if he is very, very good with conditional acceptance. So what can we do about this? We have the awareness that there is an issue, there is a lot of prejudice, but is this enough, was my question, because I was very curious what will come out of the study, and now I got to a point, okay, there is an issue, but I would like to take a step ahead, step forward, and to see what we can actually, is there that we can do something about this, first of all, very important, and if yes, what is this? Going back to the mixed theoretical framework that I had, this is where both sociological and psychological intervention tools helped to better understand what are real and realistic things to do in this case. One is to talk openly about the team dynamics and the unspoken biases, to shift the perceptions from us versus them to having some sort of togetherness and finding the we. And in sports, this is usually very helpful because the players usually have a common goal that they would like to achieve together. To use mindful pauses and reflection to interrupt automatic judgment. This is very important to bring mindfulness to the players who automatically and immediately jump with biases to comment for the minority, to encourage contact-based dialogue, and this is where the psychological and psychotherapeutic interventions come into practice, and to turn awareness into shared responsibility through presence, empathy, and action. Very important as well that in when we have problems on a social level, even though the analysis was from a bottom-up perspective, so I can better understand the individual and the lived experiences of this player, when it comes to interventions and to mindfulness, it is important to go beyond the individual and to have a top-down intervention and support, and this is where the institutional support comes in question. In the context of sports, this is federations, teams, educating the coaches as the supervisors of these players, Ministry of Sports, and going all the way to a governmental level as well. So systematic change means moving from individual mindfulness to a mindful sport culture that values inclusion. And to wrap up, as prejudice and discrimination and bias can transcend throughout many contexts, going from sports to a society level, mindfulness can do the same. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arin, for your nice presentation. Without waiting, I would like to invite our another presenter, Dr. Magdalena Korzinska-Pietas from Medical University of Lublin in Poland. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Magdalena Korzinska-Pietas. I work at the Medical University of Lublin in Poland. And here we have the oldest faculty in Poland which train future midwives. I work there as a teacher and as a researcher, and when I start my work, I was wondering very often why students are so motivated to develop their skills to study if the midwifery program is such a demanding type of studies. And before we will start, I have to give you some background about the midwife situation in Europe. So first we have a look a little bit broader European context of the midwifery profession. So across the European Union, there are about 172,000 practicing midwives, and the education system vary a little bit. So we have 3 years bachelor program or 5 years integrated master degrees. Of course, midwives can do PhDs, becomes researchers, and so on. And European directive sets common standards for midwifery education and professional mobility. Of course, the system is very similar, but still we have some significant differences remain in working conditions, payment, and autonomy of the midwives in Europe. Since our study mostly focuses on Poland and Lithuania, it's important to understand how these two countries fit into the European landscape if we talk about midwife situation there. So in Poland, the median monthly salary of a midwife is about 1,550 euros per month. In Lithuania, midwives earn between 1,160 and 2,120 euros per month. Although these salaries are very close to national averages, the workload and responsibility take the profession less financially demanding, rewarding than other medical jobs. Also, in both countries, midwives have to cope with long hours, and simply they are very, very stressed when they are working in the units. Now, when we have outlined the professional background, let's move to the psychological perspective of the study. So actually, we based our study on Darcy's and Ryan's self-determination theory, and the theory explains that motivation depends on the fulfillment of three basic psychological needs: our autonomy, competence, and relatedness. When these three needs are met, students develop stronger internal motivation, leading to greater engagement and well-being. And what's the internal motivation? So the internal motivation comes from internal drive to personal interest. Students learn because simply they want to, they enjoy gaining knowledge, they enjoy gaining new skills, and they like to achieve new goals. Also, the internal motivation is linked to curiosity, self-growth, and satisfaction. External motivation is driven by external factors such as grades, rewards, or social approval. Students participate to meet expectations, gain recognition, or avoid negative outcomes. Also, the external motivation may support learning, but we know that it's less sustainable than internal motivation. And here we have the slide that illustrates the central idea behind our study. So in midwifery education, motivation and self-efficacy are like two pillars supporting academic success. We know that the motivation drives engagement, sustains learning. Self-efficacy builds confidence, enhances resilience. And these two pillars will build the academic success. The aim of our study was to compare levels of motivation and self-efficacy among students from Poland and Lithuania. The study was typical cross-sectional survey. 204 midwifery students took part in that, 131 from Poland, 73 students from Lithuania. And as a tool, we use academic motivation scale and general self-efficacy scale. Of course, as always, there were some people about their, for example, where they live, their sex, their salaries, interest, and so on. If we look at the group characteristic, we see that the Polish students were slightly younger, on average about 20 years old, compared within the students of Lithuania, who were mostly 21. Most Polish students were unemployed, while most Lithuanians were employed. But when I was analyzing the results, I think that it's like that, because in Poland the study was conducted at Medical University of Lublin, which is a public university, so students, they don't need to pay for their studies, so they study for free. The socioeconomic status in Poland was good, average in Lithuania. Both groups mainly lived in cities and were single. When we looked at how students spend their free time, Lithuanian students were more active in language learning, training, students' organizations. They were playing computer games, they were managing social media, they were solving crossroads, they were working, as I said. But Polish students more often spent time with their friends and they used the internet. What's interesting, no free time was more common in Lithuania. Lithuanian students were more busy. One aspect of student engagement is participation in research clubs. So we examined their involvement in these clubs. Polish students were significantly less likely to belong to these societies compared with Lithuanian students, but Polish and Lithuanian students, they declared that they want to join to these clubs in the future. So we see that there is a potential in our students for research engagement, but it definitely requires institutional encouragement. When we asked what motivates students to participate actively in classes, Polish students most often mention personal growth and learning new skills, while Lithuanian students point to external factors like extra credits, extra points, or social influence. This, again, shows us that Polish students, they have stronger internal motivation and more external reward-driven motivation is very common among Lithuanian students. However, motivation can easily be challenged by academic pressure. That's why we also looked at how often students feel overload with their studies. Over 90% of Polish students reported feeling overloaded with studies compared to about half of Lithuanian students. I just want to remind you that Polish students said that they spent most of their time on the internet, and Lithuanian students were more busy, but still Polish students, they claim that studying for them is simply too much. This difference, of course, cannot be explained by curriculum length, because we have this documents that say that midwifery education in the whole Europe should be the same. But perhaps my Polish students, maybe they are so simply tired because the academic pressure or stricter expectations from teachers in Poland is simply too much for them. Polish students also rated their health, mental well-being and lifestyle higher than Lithuanian students. Over half of Polish respondents described their health as good or very good, while Lithuanian students were often gave average or poor ratings. And this may point to differences in self-care habits or maybe some cultural difference in reporting health and stress. Our results showed that Polish students demonstrated higher levels of internal motivation, particularly motivation for knowledge and achievement, as well as stronger self-efficacy. Lithuanian students, in contrast, showed higher levels of motivation, meaning a lack of internal drive or sense of purpose. This suggests that Polish students are generally more self-directed, while Lithuanian students rely more on external structure and they need more encouragement. Based on these findings, we identified some key insights and educational implications. So we know that motivation and self-efficacy are interrelated. Stronger self-efficacy increases motivation. Motivated students enhance their belief in success. And midwifery educators should focus mostly on autonomy, supportive teaching, giving our student feedback and mentoring, simulation-based confidence building. It was just a preliminary study, so in the future we plan to include a larger sample, possibly from other European countries, and explore the relationship between motivation, self-efficiency, and academic burnout in more deep. And also we need to check how specific educational strategies can foster internal motivation among our students. And to conclude, I would like to share a quote by Helen Keller. So, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. And I strongly believe that it perfectly summarized the spirit of our international collaboration and the importance of teamwork in education and healthcare. And this is just the first stage of a bigger project, of a bigger research. So we warmly invite our colleagues who share an interest in motivation, self-efficacy, midwifery education to join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Magdalena. You gave us extra 3 minutes. It was fast and very effective. Thank you very much. Are we asking questions? Are we feeling it? Because I see some questions, but not many. Are you here? Are you getting something from this conference? let's show it with your questions. I saw some questions that are very interesting. And please, when you ask questions, let's indicate to who you are asking this question. So then we can find them and not asking to the audience. There were some very good remarks about the basketball also, but we'll come there. Okay, now we will have 30 minutes panel discussion. You thought that this is going to be break, yeah? But after this is going to be. After this, we will have 30 minutes break. We will have now 30 minutes panel discussion. Panel discussions, especially for our students, you should see that it's something interesting. It's like you are watching the TV. And unfortunately, you don't have a chance to switch, but let's pay attention carefully. So we will have panel discussion moderated by PhD candidate Alina. It's very hard. Researcher of SMK and PhD candidate in Vytautas Magnus University. Yes, Alina, please.
And for this, hello everyone. And for the discussion, I'm going to invite all the speakers who was on the stage right now. So Dimitra, Magdalena, Arin, and Katrin.
Yes.
Yes.
One here and one here.
Oh, we will share. We will share. First of all, thank you so much for all of you to come here in Lithuania in very, very, very nice weather with a lot of sun and, you know, a lot of beaches here. I'm joking. First of all, I want to say thank you for your presentations. It was very, very interesting, and actually it was very interesting because there was from different points and different views. Thank you so much, Katrina, for your information about domestic violence, about the resilience, because it is very important, and we have a lot of questions, and I will ask you a little bit later. Thank you so much, Dimitra, to presenting information from the first days of our life, because mindful starts from the first day when we are starting to grow in mother's belly. Thank you so much, Arin, for your information about sports. Actually, my PhD work is from environmental science, so I'm very related with you. And I have a lot of questions for you also. And thank you so much, Magdalena, for presenting students' point of view. So it's very important also to have discussions with all those students who are here. So before we start our discussion, I think we can answer some questions from our colleagues, okay? So the first question was prepared for the Katrina. Is self-victimization a thing that you have to go throughout to acquire resilience, or is this a thing that you have to fight to acquire resilience? What do you think?
I haven't heard the second part of the sentence of the question. Sorry.
Yeah, is self-victimization a thing that you have to go throughout to acquire resilience?
Okay, and then?
Or is this a thing that you have to fight to acquire resilience?
To fight you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. I think, as I said, and I would like to maybe repeat this very important aspect, what we have learned from trauma research is that victimization, trauma, and all these negative experiences happens to us every day. So it's everywhere. And I think why they are related is that some people are better in finding ways to cope with that aspects of victimization. And this is mainly focused to these inner aspects of selves and others not. So what we should do is, in a way, try to help, to explore first what are these aspects of especially individual strengths, because the question was about self-victimizations, which means emotion regulation, emotion awareness, coping, aspects related to compassion to ourselves, and how these aspects help people becoming resilient. So yeah, I would say that everybody has in itself the resources, but some of them are using it, but for others who are not aware of, we have to work with people in order to help them thrive. And this is why we don't see resilience as something that is focused in only in inner strengths, but it's also related to resources and assets that you have outside the individual. Yeah.
Thank you. What do you think? Do the children, those who are up to 3 years old, can they be mindful? Not mindfulness as a method, but mindful. Children up to 3 years.
I think we can train them being mindful. Having a child which is 8 years old, it's very difficult, but I think we can train them.
Actually, it's very good answer, because at this moment in Lithuanian schools, for example, especially those who are preparing students in Montessori or Waldorf methods, they are putting a lot of mindful, not mindfulness as a method as I mentioned, but mindful, to think very, very broadly. Okay, the question for the Dimitra. Dimitra, how do midwives support both medical care and emotional well-being during the crisis? Maybe you can tell not about just in midwifery part, maybe you can explain in healthcare sciences in broader way.
How do they support?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, of course, for the question. As I showed in my presentation, it's about the holistic care, that midwives are focused on the holistic care, and they take care of their patients, mothers, infants, emotionally, psychologically, and the whole body. And I think that midwives have that they don't forget humanity, they don't forget compassion, and they are there for parents or families. It's not just the medical part, because when you work in such a critical condition like an ICU, you are focused on the survival, and sometimes you forget that you have parents, you have caregivers there. It's not only about the clinical skills, so it's very important to collaborate, to create that relationship, and always remind the parents that that infant is a little hero and you must be there to take care, and we are all together in that.
Thank you, Dimitra. Actually, it is very good that we are talking about how to be mindful from the first days of our life, and we are finishing our life with some kind of mindful or not, but we can always learn from somewhere. And in your presentation, there was mentioned that the environmental can affect a lot our mindful thinking. And during the question I want to ask you, Erin, because environmental in our life are totally depending on each other, yes? If we are talking about healthcare, if we are talking about our families, if we are talking about surrounding environments, it is very important to talk about what we have within us, not just social life. And we have very interesting questions for you, Erin. First of all, I wanted to ask you, who is the greatest basketball player of all time?
Starting from the important questions, thank you very much. My very personal thinking is Michael Jordan.
And Lithuanian one?
That's also a good question, but I'm afraid I'm not very much aware and mindful of the Lithuanian basketball players.
But you know,
I'm sorry.
Saulis mentioned that Lithuania and North Macedonia have met 3 times in official men's basketball games. Lithuania won 2 times and North Macedonia won 1 time. Yeah? Okay, but the question for you it will be from a little bit other side. What do you think? Because you mentioned about sports, about basketball, yes. A lot of children in Lithuania, Macedonia, also in Poland, they have like sports games in the school where they are learning not how to, you know, drop the ball into the basket, but they are learning how to understand what they are doing and what kind of the consequences they can have if they can do not a good way. So what do you think? What is the most important thing for the children, for those who are learning or having sports, to be mindful in their environmental, in their surroundings where they are? What do you think?
Thank you for bringing the aspect of education as well, and how PE classes in themselves also play a huge role on how we behave when we move forward to amateur or professional basketball clubs, because this very much replicates itself. And as I talked about sports being a social mirror, it is also a mirror of our educational systems too. So I think since sports, it is implemented in the educational systems for very early on, I'm going to have to mention and bring again the systematic structure here and how the educational curriculum needs to be carefully checked and prepared, including the PE classes, and how teachers actually bring the aspect of sports to kids and to show them that sports, it's not, because sports has a very competitive element, and the competition itself causes a lot of issues most of the time. Who's going to win? Who's going to be better than the other? So the teachers taking over the role of showing them that there is a lot of playfulness in sports and there is a lot of togetherness, and that sports actually brings the kids together if they're taught early on through, there are a lot of basketball exercises and drills, for instance, and where you pass the ball around and you learn the aspect of sharing through it. So if they can replicate and prepare curriculums in this sense, I truly believe that it can have an impact on their mindful development later on.
And do you have any studies in your country about the impact of environmental accessibilities for the children or the students? And
yes, there are studies in North Macedonia where they look a lot on accessibility and conditions, and that there are very big differences between rural and urban kindergartens, primary schools, basketball gyms, so on and so forth, and unfortunately they found huge differences, and this on its own causes a lot of problem, because if the kids don't have proper PE classes and they don't have warm gyms, which is still the case up to this day, then I think it is a bit unrealistic to ask for mindful curriculums. I think we really need the basic needs to be fulfilled first and foremost.
okay, so you think that academic development should be changed in a very huge position from the other angle, yeah?
I believe that the educational system plays a huge role, because the kids first are exposed to educational institutions, then the sports come in a more structured way, of course.
It's a very good point, because now we are going to the Magdalena, who presented about academical issues about the students, and we have a question. In your opinion, what will be the mediating driver that will influence the link between motivation and self-efficiency for academic development?
Okay, thank you for this interesting question. So I will tell you the answer from my perspective, so from the past Polish student. So I think that everything depends, because nowadays the situation in my country and the situation in midwifery profession has changed totally, and most of the students, they simply chose these kind of studies because they know that they will earn good money, and this is the first point why they are motivated. But they are also very, very type of people who are very active. They have a lot of interests, so they still do plenty of things which are actually not associated with their studies. So the motivation for Polish students, for most of Polish midwives now, is the salary, because in the past it wasn't so good. Now we have plenty of private schools that also, I would say, produce future midwives. But and a lot of even a lot of elderly, I would say, people would like to change their profession and become a midwife. So. The first thing is the answer why they are choosing midwifery, and the second part of the question was about the self-efficacy, right? So how these two things are connected? So if you have like a stronger sense of self-efficacy, if you feel good with yourself, you feel like you can do it because you know that you will do it, then you feel simply better, and you are motivated to change everything and to do and set your goals and achieve your goals. So it works like that. But from this midwifery point, from that midwifery point of view, in Poland, the biggest motivation, and it's very common, so that's why I can talk about that, is the salary. Now, because you know, you can cook a soup just from the passion, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, exactly. But I think it's not just in healthcare sciences that we have financial issues. I think all kind of study subjects or work fields, they have the same issues. Sometimes I think that the main thing for us to be mindful, it's not about the finances. It's about motivation. And sometimes the salary can be very, very high, but your motivation very, very low.
Yeah, but I would like to add also that in the past, maybe we were more motivated because we were taught that my profession is like a mission, because you're helping new kids to be born, and you need to be so good person and so on. Nowadays, the situation has changed. I don't know if it's good or not, but the perspective is totally different. That's why I'm saying about that.
But do you agree that everything has changed from, for example, 20 years ago till now because of us? Because we have changed, our minds have changed, and
of course.
And sometimes I can feel that we are not so. We are not thinking with whole our brains. We are using just a little bit small part of those brains. But, you know, we have a lot of new methods and new ways how to change a little bit everything. And we have a question for Katrina. That you did not make mention of meditation as an effective practice of mindfulness. Is meditation an important process of ensuring mindfulness? Because mindfulness is one of the part of mindful, yes? Mindful, we are talking about a lot of things. Mindfulness is like a method that we are using to create that safe environment for us and to think with whole brain.
Yeah. So maybe I didn't mention it, but the way how I see it is through mindful meditation. So this idea of becoming aware and understanding oneself, and so maybe I didn't mention it. It might happen, but it's related to this mindfulness meditation as a way of being present and accepting ourselves. And considering also the previous question, we have integrated in education this concept of social emotional learning, and we have done some mini studies with children from 6 to 9 where mindfulness meditation was one part of this package of interventions that we have done. And despite that this was quite small study within 2 schools in municipality, in one of the municipalities in Kosovo, it showed a promising effect in terms of emotion regulation and emotional awareness. These were pupils from 6 to 9. On the other hand, I would like to share just a short thing that we do at our faculty with a mindful meditation, mindful writing groups. We have a group where we begin our session online. We begin mindful meditation, guided mindful meditation by one of the members of the group. We define what is our writing goal and what is our mindful goal. Then we write for 2 hours, and then we finish with the gratitude meditation. And it's also a way how you can incorporate mindful meditation in academia as well. It really helped a lot for writing. Yeah.
And actually, the second question from me was from the colleagues from us. How to change public opinion about mindfulness in positive ways. So it's like an example.
To be honest, it was very difficult to convince my colleague to participate in this mindful writing group. I had this opportunity being part of it when I was in a scholarship abroad, and I have seen how it works very well. So when I came back to my home university, I said, okay, let's try it. And a lot of them were very skeptical, but when we tried it for like 1 month and we decided to do it every Friday from 9 till 11, a lot of things, and these are mainly the things that are not related to work or university things. These are the things that you always want to do and you never find way to do it, like writing articles, coding, whatever it is. So these 2 hours are for you and you feel very well. So I still have this group that I'm kind of guiding and motivating. Of course, there is a lot of skepticism to it, but when people come and they see how much they could do in only 2 hours, they feel empowered.
And how about their emotions? I think they are changing. Their emotions are changing a lot, from very aggressive ones to calmer ones.
It's anxiety first, and then this feeling of gratitude that they did something, despite that maybe you have not finished the whole coding process that you have begun for the interviews. If you did 5 interviews, then you feel this the feeling of gratitude and compassion towards yourself, which is, I think, very important in nowadays, especially when we see how much we are influenced by all the news and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Dimitra, what do you think? When you are practicing in mindfulness, how it can help you deal with negative emotions like anger, anxiety, sadness? Just your opinion. What do you think about that?
Yes, it's very helpful. And you must pause for a while and go back to your emotions, go back to your inner self, and try to regulate all these emotions, because crises and intensive care units are full of emotions and full of critical things coming up in just a very short time. And you must slow down your own self to regulate all this situation and collaborate with the colleagues. So it's very challenging for healthcare professionals, but I think with the techniques and all the tools that are available and that we can be educated, all this can be lessened.
Wonderful. I think it's not just about healthcare providers, it's also for everyone, for the people in tourism, in business, everywhere. Everywhere we can feel anxiety, stress, a lot of sadness, especially when we are demotivated because of some kind, of crisis and issues. So it is very important to find a way for us to find that safe place, yes? And Adin, what do you personally think that limits, for example, students or other people being mindful in such a high-pressure sports environment? Because we are talking a little bit about healthcare, now we have a little bit sports environment, and maybe you have any recommendations how to prevent that?
This is a very good question, thank you, because I see it quite a lot among my players and among basketball players in general. It's been quite a challenge and it's been quite difficult to slow them down, generally speaking, because for mindful practices it does require a lower pace to be able to stop so we can be aware of what's really going on, especially in team sports, but I would say in individual sports as well. The athletes have grown up in such a high-paced environment that stopping most of the time feels like failure. So I think it's quite important to talk about the importance, first and foremost, for them to understand why they should do this and not just push them into doing it, because then it really goes against their bodies, against their values, against their beliefs as athletes. So whenever I tell my players, can we slow down a little bit, they get very anxious. And I can see that I make a counter effect instead. So then I realize that they really need the information to understand. So I think psychoeducation is crucial. And then to get into the practices, and then to talk about the outcomes so they can make a full circle and understand why this is important, so they can sense it on their own bodies and how it affects their performance on the court.
Thank you. Actually, it is very interesting point of view, from the sports scientists, because those who are from medical sciences, from business, we have maybe also similar and different issues in this situation. I forgot what I wanted to ask you. So we are going to the Magdalena, okay? And we have a question for Magdalena. If mindfulness is so exhausting for me, does that mean I'm practicing attention as tension rather than presence? And then what am I actually calling mindfulness? Especially we have this kind of issue with the students, not just in midwifery and healthcare sciences, but in all kind of study fields, because especially in children's, those who are studying in high schools, when we are giving, for example, lectures, they they always have very huge tension, what we will do if we will do that wrong, even if we will ask in a wrong way, but there is no wrong questions, yes? So what do you think?
Okay, so the first thing that, in my opinion, everything depends how the teacher provide the lesson. And what you, Alina, said, that there are no bad questions. And every time when I have classes with my students, at the very beginning I'm saying, relax. The first thing, you have to relax, because this is like a safe environment. And there are places for every question, because I teach gynecology and there are no stupid questions there. So, okay, if they want to take part so much in some activities, some discussions, I simply explain in a few steps what we will do next, so they know what will happen. And I think that the most, when we talk about this, for example, secondary school students, I think that the most important thing is to respect your students. So treat them as a human, right? So not as a person who knows less than you, or it's stupid, or not your way of thinking is bad. No, you have to respect your students, your pupils, and always give them, I would say, like a space for asking questions and to be a little bit free. And I think it's very hard to like build this connection with you and your students. It takes time, and I also believe that not everyone can build it. So it's hard, and as I said, for example, at university, you can be a perfect researcher, but your classes can be very, very boring. So the first thing is to give your students space to ask questions and to respect them always.
Thank you. And because we have left 1 minute, I want to ask you, all of you, very, very shortly, one word that associates you with mindful. Magdalena, you can start. One word.
Staying calm.
Acceptance.
I would say interprofessional collaboration. It's 2 words, but okay. Yes, but the previous one said also too, so.
I'm going to go with patience.
Thank you for the discussion. We are in time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. How was the panel? Did you like it? How many of you asked the questions and they said that we didn't receive answer? Is there any? No. See, our panelists, they are very good. They answer all the questions. And I see how much you are giving your full attention to this conference. I see how much you are willing to be here, because now we will have 30 minutes break, which is more than enough for you. But I want to see every single of you in the place that you are sitting right now. Okay, I picture you. Okay? Thank you. Are we back? Hello, audience. Oh, welcome. We will give 2 minutes for everyone to come back. David, is it possible for you to scan the QR code? Ah, it's higher now. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Now we will start with our next session, panel 2. I gave you three subtopics. So now the second one is mindful education. We'll continue with mindful education, nurturing positive learning environments. And in this session, we will have, again, several esteemed speakers who is going to present their paper. And as you can see, at the end of the session, we will have another panel discussion. And during the panel discussion, you will receive the answer of your questions. So please keep asking, okay? There are some of our audience who said that we didn't receive the answer. We will make sure that they're also going to receive the answer. Okay, since our audience are coming slowly, we can start. I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Antigoni Sarantaki from West Attica, University of West Attica, Greece, our neighbor. Welcome, Professor. Talking on mindful education, nurturing positive learning environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice pronunciation, Attica, and for my name too, because there are many vowels in it. So
we are neighbors, we know each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you for that also. As the dear moderator said, my name is Antigoni Sarantaki. For the time being, I'm an associate professor, and in 2 months, I will take the full professorship position. Thank you for moving ahead and having me in the program as a professor. I have spent and served as an educator and as an academic for more than 20 years now. And I think with all these years on my back, I have the right to present my opinion and my point of view on mindful learning environments and how we can cultivate positive educational spaces for our students. I'm a midwife, and before I start, I would like to extend my gratitude and my thankful to all the organizing committee of this wonderful conference, and a warm welcome to this diverse and colorful audience. My presentation will be especially for midwifery students, but it is not limited only to those. Please feel free to ask any questions that you think you would like me to answer. So, mindful education integrates present moment awareness and emotional regulation into learning, emphasizing whole learning development through self-awareness and empathy. In midwifery education, this approach is crucial as students face high-stress clinical situations that require both technical and emotional competence. Mindfulness fosters safe learning environments, enabling students to manage stress and engage more effectively with training. Emotional intelligence and resilience are vital competencies, enabling students to respond empathetically to patients while managing intense experiences, forming the foundation for compassionate midwifery practice. I think I have a newest version of my presentation. I don't know if you have received it. Anyway, we can move forward. Mindful matters in midwifery education as students face high stress during their training. Clinical placements expose them to intense situations like labor and birth, which can be emotionally demanding. These challenges can cause anxiety and emotional fatigue if unaddressed. Mindfulness provides tools for managing pressure by promoting self-awareness and emotional regulation. When students are emotionally balanced, their well-being improves, enhancing their ability to learn and engage effectively. This contributes to better learning outcomes and prepare them for professional practice. What are the core concepts of mindfulness? We can say that mindfulness is built on three key principles supporting emotional well-being and learning. The first one is the present moment awareness, focusing attention on the current moment without judgment, helping students engage fully with learning experiences and reducing distractions. Non-judgmental observation, cultivating ability to observe thoughts and feelings without labeling them as good or bad, fostering acceptance and reducing performance anxiety. And intentional attention, deliberately directing focus to chosen aspects of experience, enhancing concentration and meaningful engagement with educational content. We have evidence from research and we know that research strongly supports the role of mindfulness in enhancing the emotional well-being and learning experiences of midwifery students. How we can integrate mindfulness in education? We can integrate it in order to mitigate student anxiety. Penny, in her study in 2016, found that integrating mindfulness practices into educational settings can significantly reduce anxiety and stress levels, helping students manage their emotional intensity of their training more effectively. Similarly, Davis and her cooperators in 2022 demonstrated that mindfulness interventions decrease feelings of overwhelm and self-doubt, two common challenges faced by students in demanding clinical environments. And mindfulness can be an educational strategy for emotional resilience and academic gains. By fostering emotional stability, mindfulness enables students to approach their studies with greater clarity and sense of purpose, improving their focus, engagement, and ability to adapt to challenging situations. This growing body of evidence highlights mindfulness as a valuable educational strategy for strengthening both emotional resilience and academic success. How can we implement mindfulness practices in education? First of all, meditation and breathing exercises are simple yet powerful tools that help students manage stress, enhance focus, and cultivate a calm, centered state of mind, particularly useful before or after emotionally intense clinical experiences. We can reduce stress and anxiety by mindfulness practices. Group emotional discussions provide a supportive space for students to share experiences, express vulnerabilities, and build empathy with peers. These practices not only foster individual resilience, but also strengthen a sense of community and emotional safety within midwifery education. And we can also enhance critical thinking, reflective journaling, engaging students to process their thoughts and emotions in a structured way, promoting self-awareness and critical reflection. This practice helps them recognize their emotional responses and develop personal strategies for coping and growth. How can we create a nurturing atmosphere? An educational environment characterized by trust and empathy facilitates students' sense of support in their learning. Such an atmosphere promotes open communication, allowing students to express concerns without fear of judgment, and thereby strengthening the connection between students and educators. Students are encouraged to develop empathy and mutual support, which are crucial for effective teamwork and care. This climate fosters active engagement and skill development within a supportive community. Also, we can protect emotional safety of our students in every educational environment. An emotionally safe learning environment allows students to express thoughts and emotions without fear of judgment. Students experience trust and belonging with their well-being valued alongside academic performance. This emotional security is crucial, especially in midwifery education, where students encounter complex clinical situations. When students feel safe, they participate more actively and engage meaningfully with learning. This engagement enhances understanding, reflection, and skill development, ultimately improving their confidence and readiness for clinical practice. We can cope with our students' emotional demands. Midwifery students are frequently exposed to intense clinical experiences, including witnessing high-risk labor, complicated births, and unpredictable patient outcomes. These situations can provoke strong emotional responses, such as stress, fear, or self-doubt, which, if unmanaged, may impact their learning and well-being. Mindfulness provides practical coping mechanisms that help students navigate these emotionally charged moments with greater clarity and self-awareness. Techniques such as mindful breathing, grounding, and reflection enable students to retain calm, present, and emotionally balanced during high-pressure situations. Over time, these practices build resilience and strengthen problem-solving abilities, allowing students to respond effectively to challenges rather than being overwhelmed by them. This emotional adaptability is crucial, not only for academic success, but also for developing compassionate and competent midwives. The emotional safety is established by creating safe emotional spaces. Establishing environments where students feel secure and expressing emotions without judgment foster trust through consistent support and validation. We must all recognize our students' emotional needs, developing awareness of our students' emotional states and responding appropriately to build confidence and reduce anxiety in learning settings. And also, last but not least, we must build emotional resilience, teaching strategies to manage emotions, overcome challenges, and develop coping mechanisms that support learning through difficulties. But these mindfulness practices can also be supported by each educational institution. Incorporating mindfulness into the curriculum makes emotional well-being as an integral part of every professional training. These programs include mindfulness sessions, workshops, and reflective activities. Regular reflection through debriefing sessions and group discussions help students process their clinical experiences. Proactive mental health support, including counseling services and peer support, normalizing seeking assistance. These structures create a learning environment prioritizing emotional safety and professional well-being. Integrating mindfulness programs develops emotional awareness alongside clinical skills. Ongoing reflection through guided journaling and peer dialogue deepens self-understanding. With readily available counseling and wellness initiatives to prevent burnout, institutions can cultivate a culture valuing both learning and well-being, empowering future students and all students, especially midwives, to thrive. We also must talk about inclusive classroom practices. We have, as you are, diverse learning audience. So as we have people from different cultural backgrounds, we have diverse learning approaches, implementing, though, varied teaching methods to accommodate different learning styles, different abilities, and different cultural backgrounds. We can ensure that every student can access curriculum content effectively. Creating classroom environments with accessible materials, flexible seating arrangements, and assistive technologies that support learning needs for all students, and incorporating diverse cultural perspectives and teaching practices, validating students' identities, and fostering respect for differences within the classroom community. There is also the physical space design. The flexible seating arrangements, various seating options accommodate different learning styles and activities, promoting comfort and engagement while reducing physical constraints on attention. The natural light integration, although you live in a country with no such sunshine, we can maximize the natural light that can improve mood, reduces eye strain, and creates a calming atmosphere conducive to mindful learning experiences. And of course, the colors. Strategic use of colors influences emotional responses and cognitive function, with blues and greens promoting calmness and concentration. The communication skills which can be mindful is the active listening techniques, developing focused attention, maintaining eye contact, and responding thoughtfully to create meaningful dialogue and atmosphere, we can demonstrate respect for our students' perspectives. The nonviolent communication approach, expressing observations without judgment, identifying feelings, connecting to needs, and making clear requests, foster empathy and understanding to our classrooms. And mindful digital communication is also essential because we live in the AI era, where we can cultivate awareness when using technology, practicing intentional responses, and modeling healthy online interactions patterns for our students. There are, sorry? Yes, I'm finishing. There are long-term professional benefits. The integration of mindfulness into midwifery education has lasting effects that extend beyond the classroom. By developing strong emotional regulation and empathy, the students can foster trusting relationships with their patients, creating safe and more compassionate care environments. And mindfulness creates a ripple effect in healthcare quality. As a conclusion and takeaway messages, mindfulness is a powerful educational approach, fostering emotional safety and resilience in all students. These benefits equips our students with emotional intelligence for compassionate care. We, as educators and professors, we must foster supportive and emotionally safe learning environments. As a Greek, I come from a country with many philosophers. One of our greatest was Aristotle, who was the teacher of Alexander the Great, the king of Macedonians, who said that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. There is a difference between having your mind overwhelmed and having your mind full than being mindful. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Now we will have another speaker from Latvia, who's going to be behind the screen. We will have online session. We will invite Associate Professor Dr. Christine Uzule from IKEA University of Applied Science in Latvia. We'll talk about addressing inclusivity issues in higher education from ecosystem perspective. Hello, Professor, do you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Good morning,
Good
everyone. Can you see me and can you hear me?
We see you perfectly with beautiful nature, and we hear you also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
So today I would like to talk about issues that are very important for any society nowadays. And that also in a way relates to mindfulness because it's related to diversity and inclusivity. And we cope with these issues, although in the past, but also now. And sometimes addressing these issues might be quite stressful, which is why inclusivity here also comes as an important factor. So, what is it? Inclusivity. What is it? Inclusive education. Obviously, it can be defined very differently depending on what is expected within a particular society or an institutional culture. But broadly speaking, we can define inclusive education as the one that is able to mitigate or dismantle barriers to access and participation and success in education for all. Basically, it means that institutional cultural societies strive to create environments in which people of various capacities, interests, and abilities can pursue more or less the same track of education in a comfortable atmosphere. Obviously, without mindful techniques, the ones, for example, that were discussed with the previous speaker, it might not be so easy to achieve that objective. Now, but from the academic and social economic perspective, inclusive education is important because it aligns with sustainable development goals, for example, such as 4, 8, and 10, which focus on the quality of education, well-being, economic growth, and equal opportunities. There are also various European documents and international laws that promote inclusive education. So this topic is important. Now, as I said, basically people started talking about inclusive education because it's not so easy to implement it, because there are various types of barriers on its way. And very often it might depend to the groups of people that we would like to include into our educational environment. So, but what is important is that this approach, it promotes equity, social cohesion, and shared learning environments for diverse groups of learners. And if such environment can be created, it obviously improves well-being and mental health of all stakeholders of educational system. And if it can be done, it also expands employment opportunity and provides more potential employees for example, social entrepreneurship activities, making vulnerable groups, creating the environment in which more vulnerable groups can easier access not only education, but also employment opportunities and become more responsible for their own life. So now what type of barriers are there? There are various types of barriers, and we can focus on the area, for example, academic, social, economic barriers, but we can also group them into structural or systemic. Both of them all obviously relate to how this education is implemented. Now, it's important to understand who are immediate stakeholders of this inclusive education and why it's important. Because we talk about vulnerable groups, but not only about them, but also about their family members and the ecosystem in which they exist. It's not easy to design an inclusive education system, including higher education system, because basically it might require high costs, because not all groups of vulnerable people might be easily integrated. They might need additional support system with their resources, and it's very important that actual education systems are ready for that. There might be lack of technology to do that. For example, if we talk about distance learning, there might also be psychological issues that might be that should be addressed, such as social exclusion, economic exclusion, and this is where mindfulness is extremely important. So, but where do we start, and why do we have to consider it? We are doing that, or we should do that, consistent with what we are, with societal values. And inclusivity and diversity as such resulted from the transformation of European values. And these values, even though at European level we have such values, but also each nation decides for itself as to what kind of a model and inclusivity and diversity is accepted. And within this broader macro level value context, then each institution, higher education institution, decides what type of a model that system is able to include. For example, I am from Latvia, and in Latvia, the Latvian laws stipulates that education, including higher education, should be accessible and available for all. However, there are so many barriers that are not discussed as to who is responsible or should be responsible for overcoming these barriers. But once these barriers are overcome, we can create a positive socio-economic impact. But if they are not overcome, they can create the environment of uncertainty, which is perhaps not a very productive outcome in our volatile market development. Now, but what is the social impact? Why do we have to care about it? Well, social impact is a spectrum of social transformations emerging from organizational decisions and behaviors that affect stakeholder lives. So, but this is something that makes each organization and each institution, every higher education institutions relevant to the market. It's something that makes it relevant. And this is something that is consistent with the legitimacy theory, which is part of stakeholder theories. So, but can one institution do that? Well, perhaps if that institution is a public institution and it gets an overwhelming support from public sources, and perhaps, but if you talk about, for example, private institutions or some other types of higher education institutions, then perhaps it's not possible. So therefore, we have to think about solving this issue within the context of an ecosystem. Ecosystem means that we engage multiple stakeholders in solving specific problems. So the research aim was to offer a conceptual foundation for inclusive higher education consistent with the shared economy or sharing economy principles. So basically, we can view our ecosystem through the prism of shared economy principles. And in this case, the research method was theoretical, grounded in the stakeholder and social innovation theories. So when we talk about the creation of a system of inclusivity within an ecosystem, we have to understand that perhaps we should consider this inclusive higher education as a network of inclusive education units or context. At the very basic level, we can think that such a system doesn't require much of special support, additional support. This is our level 1. This is basically when higher education institution having its own resources can provide needed guidance and support for including people of various needs. However, at higher or other levels, perhaps it's worth thinking about specialization in inclusivity. But if an institution specializes in one aspect, for example, providing training for visually impaired people or for ethnic minorities, then another institution within an ecosystem should provide specialization for some other groups or maybe for some other courses. This is why we need an ecosystem. And this issue is important because in some contexts, where still the mainstream student profile does not focus so much on vulnerable groups, institutions might have difficulty designing and developing all these programs for quite a diverse range of vulnerable groups by themselves. So, and here, what do we see? So we can think about it as a levels, which should have certain vision, certain types of the programs should have an understanding if this particular type of a program or the need to accommodate people can be provided only using own resources or not. And this is basically should be discussed within an institution and obviously the ecosystem of the institution. So, and what is important here also is the access to resources and training for both students and staff. Because in the context of education, we have to understand that whatever was relevant to education, for example, a year or 2 years ago, perhaps might not so relevant be today or tomorrow. That's why we need the support of our ecosystem. So at the very basic level, for example, we can use some tools that are already available that can help us with integration or providing support for vulnerable groups. For example, they can be digital tools. But at the specialized level, we should try to integrate or create the system based on sharing economy principles, because it provides sustainable solutions, it offers compromises on scalability, and the provider acts as a user, not only as a provider, but also as a user. And it provides greater socialization. And this prevents from the depletion of provision of provision to resources. But when we think about it, at the same time, we must think about some sort of framework within which we can try to think. Yes.
We have 1 minute more to go.
Okay, thank you very much. And it can be the integrated reporting. So, and what is very important is that we try to match administrative economic models and systems with academic demands. And this is what, for example, this model offers. But if we talk about academic aspects, we must consider academic administrative issues and how each university is going to contribute to one unified system. So, the inclusivity can be considered as a dual system at the basic and specialized level, and it should be based perhaps sometimes on sharing economy logic, because if a university just function as lonely agents, they might not have sufficient resources to do it. So, and this creates social innovation and long-term value in an ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Christine, for being with us.
Thank you.
We hope to see you next time in here.
Thank you very much.
Great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, are we asking questions constantly? Okay, please do it. Now we will have another online participants from Spain, your favorite country. And no? We're waiting. You know, they are probably siesta time right now. And they are having, they are preparing right now. We have many of them. I will try to somehow pronounce their name, but I hope they are not going to be angry about it. They are not here. As I said, they are in siesta. So we can move them to another such part. We will continue with our in-person speaker. Probably was not expected. Okay, let us invite PhD candidate Ilze Ansule from Riga, Stradins University, Latvia. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ilze. I am, for short history, for 10 years I was a teacher, then I became midwife, and then for 12 years I'm teaching students. Not only midwifery students, but also nurses and doctors. So, what are my goals and practical tools to make this environment for them nurturing? Why is this picture? The picture is called The New One. When I came in 12 years ago in higher education as lecturer, what I saw was the system when there is a student and those professors who know best. And with my pedagogical background, I understood that is totally wrong. I know what it does to person, because we want exploration, independence, cooperative work. You all know this, but it was not the reality. Reality was like this. You have a test, you have a final exam, there are professors, and you should answer. And where is the problem? The problem is not here. The problem is that we want persons in healthcare as medical professionals who are able to use their imagination, not just protocols, but we want healthcare professionals who can use their imaginations, empathy, creative work, just to have this best possible outcome. And this picture is also old one. This is for 70s, and it's diploma work. And what we want in study process is those professors who say, yes, you did it, but not those ones who are rolling eyes and thinking, oh, it's not the protocol. we want students to get knowledge, not just knowledge, this old one, but just to be keen to know something or explore something new, to be researchers. And if we have like colleagues who are all the time rolling eyes, then we will not have as many researchers as we want to. So, because we want, at the end, wise, competent, not only midwives, but also doctors and nurses. But if the system produces those protocol-type persons, we will not have it. So, what I started to do in those last 10 years. Those are the main things which are in practice for at least 5 years now. The first thing what I started and to understood that they need it, like simulation we do for 12 years, but 10 years ago we understood that they need like their own time in simulation center where nobody is watching, even not me. So in each clinical practice times, they have 2 or 4 days, depending how long is the clinical practice period, when they come again to university in simulation center for 2 hours with no lecturer. That means they're only technical stuff, so everything should be in order, or if they need technical like help or something, but they can do their simulations, because we do simulations not only, of course, on technical things, but on non-technical skills, and they can do it by their own, without us, those lecturers and professors, and they really appreciate it. Another thing what we started to do for almost 8 years, and it's helping, for each practice period they have their time without us, like other lecturers, but with the psychologist who is also practicing midwife, and they do their self-reflections on practice period. That means not what happened, but what I did in that situation. So they become professionals who are aware of themselves, not only, oh, those, they didn't do it right, but they are the ones who are responsible. And in 2 last years, we have 4 years program, 3rd and the 4th. They have discussion face-to-face. I will show you in what kind of environment, about their professional goals and self-care. They know me, I'm like an old hag who asks them every time when we meet, what you do for your self-care, what you will do today. Because we don't want somebody in clinical care who is exhausted, who is not like here because he's so tired of his own life. And this cumulative evaluation is of course like ABC, and majority of practice defense and the exam in physiological obstetrics, which is like situation solving. They should explain what they would do. It doesn't need any equipment. We do it outside. This is what you talked about. We need to think about how we use our classrooms. I want to say we need to think, do we always need a classroom? Because as we heard about this nurture dimension, what it does to us, and in our region we have plenty of nature. It's free, it's accessible, so we can use it. And of course, in simulation center, when we do simulations, we provide this self-environment where teacher is not somebody above. If we need to be on the floor, we are all on all fours, and we do it like real team, not just we are team, but I'm the main one. No, we really are team. And they are able to say, no, but in this situation, this is better, that is better, but they should explain why it's better. Another thing, this is a photo from their own time in simulation center with no educator. And you know, the hidden goal is not only to be without educator for those few hours, but to really have this group work together with nobody to guide them, because they are their own persons, they are adults, and they can do it by themselves also. Another thing, this is about those classrooms. all those tests and exams, which are oral ones, and don't use special equipment, we use our ethnographical museum or outside beach or wood, because you all know from neurology, physiology, what walking does to people. If they walk at least 5 to 10 kilometers before exam, they are not afraid. Maybe somebody is even tired because they are not used to walk nowadays. You know, young people prefer to drive, not to walk sometimes. So they are so exhausted that this cooperative work is okay. Another thing, and my colleagues in the start were rolling eyes about that, I said that they can use anything they like. It doesn't matter, it's phone, it's their notes, because in clinical practice, we use each other, we use notes, we use internet. For that is another thing. It should not be in final exam. We have those small tests where they answer those theoretical things, but in final exam, they really should practice this cooperative work, this teamwork, not just, you know, now we have simulation for teamwork. No, it should be like in everyday life. When they go in hospital, in practice, they already have those skills, not like, oh, what it means, but they have them in their core personality. Another thing, and this is for midwives. Midwives, I will explain. When they do their reflection of what they want to be in the next 5 years, where they see themselves, we do it in old sauna, and I explain why. Because for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, even 100 years ago, in Latvia, women gave birth in sauna. And the hidden place here is, when we do a reflection on what is women's basic needs in labor, they are the same as they were then. And this was a safe place then, and they really kind of experienced it, this darkness, this being enclosed away from all others in the house, because saunas is usually built far away from the house, because it could be some fire sometimes, so this is always far away from house. And they experienced it in practice, and as they did their own feedback, it's totally different reflection or their professional skills and their place in profession as they do it just in classroom. Another thing about those practice defense. For each clinical practice, they should defend one case. What was happening, and their own view what should be happening. So before we do this defense, of course they have all their paperwork done and presentations in e-studies placed, but this oral defense, we do it outside, and we do it with real hike. It's a little bit hard hike with fallen trees, so they need to help each other, and it's not always such a good weather. The pictures are from good weather. We do it, it doesn't matter. It's wind, it's rain, just we do it. And the practical thing, the first stop after like 5 or 6 kilometers, they usually all sit in the row. They are not tired enough for this final exam. They just sit in the row, eat some snacks, talk, and you see after next 5, it's not working, 5 or 10 kilometers, they sit totally different. And you see, those who want to be are alone, those who want to be together are together, and when they start talking, they are totally free, they are totally with themselves, and it's not just practice defense, it's also a little bit of self-reflection, and the quality is totally, of course, different. And like this, in this summer, we had those professional educators from Dundee University from Scotland who said that the main problem, as they see it nowadays in healthcare education, is that we need professionals who need skills, who are changing, but it's not for healthcare professionals, it's for everybody. I don't see it in that way. I see that there is no problem with that. This has always been happening. We just need to develop their personality skills, that they are keen to know and keen to learn all things all the time. So this is why we do all that they are open-minded, not just on paper, but in reality, and they explore many possibilities as they can. And this, I just love it, because I want to read it out. The world has never been fair and cannot be fair, and claims that it can are foolish and dishonest. It can be made fairer, and attempts to make it less fair can be resisted. Optimistic realists seek improvement and not perfection. And as you see, this picture is drawn in 1950s. Nothing has changed. The situation is the same, so we just need to explore our possibilities, what to do with it. So be mindful and use what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was willing to give you more time, but you finished so early. So, how is it going so far? Especially I'm asking my students, those who I brought here by force. Of course, I'm joking. They are all here with their own choices. And the presentation of our professor was very interesting. I'm sure it's going to motivate all our students, and they will resist that we are not coming to class anymore. And since Lithuania is 60% covered by the forests, they will ask us to go and do some classes in the nature. But we are not going to call them classes anymore. Maybe, how can we call it, Professor? When we, work? Force, okay, courses. But still, it doesn't sound pleasant when you say courses. It should be something that should give them absolute freedom, absolute freedom. That thing has been tried long time ago in the history, absolute freedom. But in the social liberal system, sometimes some people, some community needs assistance. So they said that, okay, the government should have a hand, but that hand should be invisible. Otherwise, the system is going to create big inequality. So we will continue with our next speaker. I believe our next online speaker from Greece, from Selanik. We would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Lito Eleni Michalopoulou from Aristotle University of Selanik, Greece, and going to talk about educators' multiple roles and addressing students' mental health challenges. Yes, is Professor with us right now? Okay, we are waiting a bit. 1 minute, we will wait for the professor. Now we are inviting Assistant Professor Dr. Eleni Michalopoulou from Aristotle University of Selanik, Greece. Hello, Professor. Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
We hear you too.
For the invitation. I hope so far everything's going smooth.
Sorry, we invite you a bit early, and I know that you were not ready, so thank you. We are happy to see you. Thank you.
Wishfully, I could be there, maybe sometime in the future. So, hello, everybody. My name is Eleni Michalopoulou. I'm a school psychologist, so the topic today has to do with supporting students' mental health in primary and secondary education. So, why do we need to discuss this topic? We know that overall, children and adolescents are considered a healthy age group when it comes to mental and behavioral health. However, what we know from statistics, ongoing research, and EU policies, that there is a growing concern for the poor mental health of children and youth. So when we look at the data and we look what is going on, we know that around 1 in 7 adolescents, and this was actually UNICEF just re-released the report a couple of days ago, not just back in 2019, but even more recently, 1 in 7 adolescents experiences not just symptoms, but a full mental health disorder. So when we look at the EU context, we know that we have 9 million youth ages 10 to 19 who are living with mental disorders. And when we look at what specifically is most of concern is anxiety and depression. So more of those internalizing disorders, and we're talking about disorders, so no, we're not talking about students that may experience some anxiety and some depression, but not to the extent that we call it a disorder. So when we're working in the schools and we listen to children talk about their mental health, I want to take a moment to share this quote from an adolescent. This is part of an ongoing research in vocational education schools in Greece, where children were asked, where youth were asked to talk about their goals. So it was not, we did not specify the goals, we just told them, and this is a study conducted with fellow professor, assistant professor, Dr. Voulioukas. They were asked to talk about their goals broadly, their personal projects. So this student chose to discuss her mental health, and I think it kind of shows how when we discuss mental health, how they manifest in the daily life of children and youth. So for her, she goes on, my first goal, as ridiculous as it may sound, is to find energy and get out of bed and get ready to go on with my day. On weekdays, not to be late for school and make it through the day to get back home, to manage panic attacks in class, at recess, everywhere. To eat at least a little and manage to lose some weight because I have to for health reasons. To manage my sleepiness due to antidepressants I take, and to manage to pay attention in class. In general, my main goal is to get through the day. As a second goal, it is to read so I can pass the class with good grades, at least as much as I can, because it is difficult for me to find energy many times. And finally, it is to keep in touch with my friends. I chose this quote not just because of the disorganization you may see in her language, but also because it demonstrates how interconnected are basically the mental health symptoms and school life, but broadly life as well. So it's not that we're talking about, for example, panic attacks that are just in isolation, but they are basically impacting functioning, they're impacting one's learning, social, and also how they see themselves. So it's not just one specific, but it's basically quite generalized, especially when we talk about adolescents. So why are we bringing this to the school? First of all, we know that children and adolescents, at least until a certain age that education is mandatory, and this changes in each country. In Greece, for example, it's until the age of 15, so middle school. The school is where they spend a lot of their time, okay? At the same time, the school is typically the first and only place in which children, youth, and adolescents receive support. any type of support. And when it comes to seeking help and receiving help, students have been found to be more likely, a lot of times, 20 times more likely to visit school-based mental health centers for mental health concerns rather than community-based centers. And this has to do a lot of times with basically accessibility, what is available. If you're in the school every single day and you're to receive support for mental health, it's easier than, for example, going outside in the community where, for example, there is stigma related, for example, to mental health help seeking. Somebody may see you, a family might be seen. What does that mean for the child? So for many reasons, accessibility or not, barriers, for example, community-based centers may cost money. A lot of times school-based mental health, most of the time, is part of the services provided in the school, so it is free. We see that students are themselves also a lot more likely to seek out help in that setting. So as psychologists, we're not in the classrooms a lot of times. So a lot of times, other than student referrals themselves, we're relying on teacher reports. We're relying on teachers to tell us what's going on in the classroom and share the concerns, whatever those might be. When we focus on prevention and support, we understand that teachers, on top of everything else, and they have a lot of multiple roles beyond just their teaching, it also includes promoting the mental health of children and adolescents. Previous studies have looked into how much do they perceive the mental health support, and not support by providing psychological service. We're not talking about doing therapeutic, for example, programs, but a lot of times being the eyes in the classroom, understand, recognize, and then refer, link, for example, the student to the psychological services, because a lot of times we know the psychological service in the school might not be as visible, or kind of provide the first response. So we know when it comes to the role, it's a little bit different when we talk about primary, so elementary school, versus secondary education, middle school, high school. In primary education, where you have one teacher consistently with a lot of students, primary education teachers do perceive it as part of the role. When it comes to secondary, when you have multiple teachers with the same group of students, we see this, there's a diffusion about this role. Like, is it my role? Is it somebody else's? It's not as clear and consistent in the literature. When it comes, again, and this is another aspect to responsibility, also we see that they may perceive it as there is a responsibility, but not necessarily part of the role, independently of if they're in elementary schools, middle school, or high schools. What they consistently report is that they have a lot of concerns, and they do have perceived barriers. A lot of times the concerns and the barriers have to do with their own training. Am I competent to do this? I have, for example, we have in the international literature, educators who have not received training in mental health before teaching in the schools. So a lot of times is, how do I do this? And another concern, and whoever is in the schools knows this very well, when do I do this? Time is always a concern. When do I have the time to do this? When do I spend the time? And also, when I have a classroom where I have multiple students, and we're talking about 1 in 7 children and youth that may experience mental health symptoms, that means in a classroom of 25 children, and sometimes 27, 30, whatever is the number in each country, you don't just have one student who has concerns, you have multiple ones. So how do I balance, when it comes to time management, all my students' needs at the same time, while my primary goal is to teach? So for the research that I'm going to briefly present to you some of our findings, and this is part of a broader research, we started with the fact that recent reading and data has shown that a significant percentage of children and adolescents in the Greek schools appear to be facing mental health difficulties. So we're not talking about disorders, but just that part of anxiety symptoms, depression symptoms, conduct disorder, feeling depressed, having thoughts of harming themselves. So we know that we are calling up our teachers to recognize and identify those issues, and not just being there for things that are going wrong, but overall promote children's resilience, being that more of a positive psychology of like, we don't need necessarily to talk about disorder, but we just want to empower and promote children's strengths. So part of this broader research that we have been conducting is how do teachers perceive their competence in handling student mental health issues? What is their level of responsibility? And what feelings arise in them when managing such difficulties? And going back to the international literature, do we find differences when it comes to primary and secondary education, or do we have a different case? The sample, it's 267 general education teachers. We do not include special education teachers because those often have more specialized training. Those were all teachers in northern Greece, where I'm currently at. So we have different demographic characteristics. The only difference between primary and secondary educators was the years of experience. Other than that, we have quite a homogeneous sample, also tenured, meaning that a lot less than the secondary education teachers were tenured compared to primary that participate, but this is not uncommon. This kind of matches the characteristics of the population we're studying. So what I'm going to present you at will focus on the demographics and one of the scales we administered that has to do with teacher stress related to student mental health. Because teachers perceive competence, perceive responsibility, and negative emotions in handling student mental health is conceptualized as stressors. It's a questionnaire developed by Cornes in Scandinavia. We adapted it and with good results and good psychometric properties. When it came to the procedure, we first got approval from the psychology department, from our ethics committee, and then we had a dissemination of our electronic questionnaires. So we asked permission from different local school districts at the district level to allow us permission to conduct the research. And then we got permissions, and then basically the districts forwarded to their schools, and we had requested from the schools to forward to their teachers. So that's how we got access to our sample. It was not that it was mandatory. Whoever wanted to participate participated, and the different additional components had to do with seeking support that I'm not going to be presenting at, and also non-suicidal self-injury. So something more specific related to mental health concerns that came out to be a big concern in the survey that was conducted nationally, but also how, because as psychologists, we do those types of supports, how likely are they to seek help, professional help and consultation from psychologists in their schools, educators. So our results, I'm not going to go over the descriptives, but I'm going to focus a little bit on the correlations, because this has been a very interesting discussion with colleagues about even at the correlational level what we see. As expected, the three components, perceived competence, perceived responsibility, and negative emotions, were intercorrelated significantly. What was then surprising outcome was the years of service. For a lot of outcomes in education, especially those that are cognitive or learning, we see the more years of experience, the more likely is to have, for educators to have more perceived competence and those basically directionalities that we want them. So we consider that there's a lot of growth. In this instance, however, and this is not for those who may have looked into the literature, at least the Greek literature, a little bit more, when it comes to mental health aspects, years of service do not seem to correlate with the outcomes that we were interested in. And it seems that no matter the years of experience, concerns still remain. Based also on the previous literature, we looked into the dimension of gender. There's different stereotypes, and this came out in different research projects that we are conducting in the area about how teachers perceive their role. So there is that stereotypical approach, and we have heard male teachers talk about this, that the caring aspect is the women. So whenever there's concerns that has to do with bullying, that has to do with mental health concerns, serious concerns that students may have, there have been times when male teachers have referred them to the female teacher in order to feel more comfortable, to have that motherly, let's say, relationship. So in this instance, the perceived competence, that's the graph on the top, we see that men feel significantly less competent to handle mental health concerns compared to women. On the other hand, and this graph is a little bit how it came out, might be a little bit misleading. On the bottom left has to do with responsibility. Although you see the graph going down from men to female, the gender, basically it's not significant. It's not statistically significant. So when it came to the perceived responsibility, we did not see any difference. So those goes back into how responsibility is different than perceived competence. And on the other hand, when it came to negative emotion, we see that men had less negative emotion than women. I have this later on in the discussion, but I'm gonna already share, kind of explain this a little bit more. This is not unexpected. This is not unexpected fighting, because we know that women have an additional stressor of these expectations based on their gender. So a lot of times they feel more negative emotion compared to men when it comes to mental health, just because of this additional layer of societal expectations of what is asked to them to do. We also ran a logistical regression where the dependent variable was the perceived competence. Perceived competence was selected because from all of this, if we're asking teachers to do something about it and ask for help, as it was the part of the overall project, competence is that variable that we expected to make the most difference, because when you feel competent, you're more likely to take action. So when it came to the competence, the predictor that made the most significant predictor was the perceived responsibility. And at the second degree was negative emotions. And 43%, when you put all the variables together at the last step, was explained when you had all these variables, and all of them basically played a role in explaining how the perceived competence of primary, secondary education teachers. If you look at the school type, this is the primary, secondary education. This was not significant. So unlike other research that we have seen in the past, there was no basically difference between primary and secondary education. When looking at the implications of all of this, there is a need to focus on perceived responsibility and support that perceived responsibility, as throughout the different analyses we're in, not just the ones I've shown you, this was the aspect that made the most sense and was the strongest predictor throughout the models. So we want to kind of nurture that sense of responsibility, and especially when you have a shared responsibility, kind of have that understanding how that may look like in the school for our students. On the other hand, understanding that these issues do bring forth negative emotions. For example, the other part of the research where it was talking about non-suicidal self-injury, it had items such as, I feel disgusted when seeing burned flesh, for example, or cut flesh. So it's not that we're asking on reducing the negative emotions, not a mechanism of suppression, but how to bring forth those negative emotions, work through the emotions, and help teachers basically use them whenever they work with their students, and their students come up to them to discuss their mental health concerns. Overall, results are quite consistent with existing literature, other than the fact of primary versus secondary education, on the importance of teachers' perceived responsibility. And again, the perceived responsibility has to do with more of identifying and referring out, not providing the psychological support or the therapeutic supports themselves. And how this links to how they see themselves as knowledgeable, able to advise their colleagues, and how that can empower them. As I kind of mentioned, this one, there is a lot of literature about teachers' emotions and how that plays out in broadly student psychological support. And we do understand this is an aspect that we can work upon and facilitate the expression of this emotion rather than the suppression, kind of see it, but kind of look over it, through it, so you can better, as an educator, support your students. And for us as psychologists, working in the schools and working and consulting a lot of times with educators is how can we empower general education teachers across primary and secondary education in how they manage mental health difficulties, regardless of years of experience. So we cannot assume just because somebody has been in the school for many years that they have a different skill set that might be more helpful to them, or if they do, share that with other colleagues who may not feel as competent or the same level of responsibility, and also their training, because this is kind of something more specialized and kind of something you may not have discussed during your primary training, or it can just be part of your continuing education. So it's very important as psychologists in the school to kind of help and reach out to teachers and develop frameworks for cooperation, where the first concern is when, because that's the biggest barrier that both psychologists and teachers do perceive. Find frameworks and ways generally in how to work psychologists and educators together for the mental health support of students, and also strengthen and empower teachers in the dimension of supporting students' mental health. Lastly, because we have primary and secondary education, this may not look the same in primary versus secondary education. In primary, the biggest focus will be on prevention. So we know from development and developmental research that a lot of the symptoms, and especially if you have early onset disorders, might appear sometime in adolescence. A lot of times you may have also disorders, severe disorders in elementary school. But the focus in primary education, for example, is prevention. When you move forward to secondary education, the focus shifts primarily to intervention, referral, and other types of support. So kind of explain that developmental aspect to our teachers. What do they expect? For example, I had a teacher who in middle school who had a very stereotypical idea of what is depression. So we had a student who was hospitalized for depression, and she spent about a month at the hospital. And when she came back, she seemed okay, according to the teacher. And she sent us a video of the student laughing in the class. And she was asking, for example, why is the student laughing if she's depressed? So psychoeducation, training, and awareness raising is something we can focus, so we can support the teachers who can then support our students. That is all for me. Thank you.
We will have to continue with you, because now we have 30 minutes panel discussion before the break. This break is going to be lunch break. It's going to be a long one. We will talk about it later. So let me invite, for panel discussion, let me invite our moderator, Agne Kuznechova. And together we will have our speakers, Dr. Antigoni Sarantaki, PhD candidate Ilse Ansule, and behind the screen, Dr. Lito. Our Spanish, they are not here. They are swimming. So let me give the microphones to our speakers. Okay, thank you. This is yours.
Thank you.
Please ask the questions. This is the question session.
I will. Okay. Hi, guys. It's very nice to be here. And I'm glad that I have the opportunity to try myself a new section. And the first of all, what I would say that I missed in this last presentation, and it's gonna be my first question about integration mindful to education system. How do you know how we could to make the kids to be mindful, to practice mindful in school time?
Is this a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So generally, if you consider mindfulness as part of positive psychology that I mentioned, and it is a big component of positive psychology and positive psychology interventions in the schools, it's to begin with the idea that it's not that you're only talking about mental health disorders and symptoms, but generally how you can promote resilience and how you can strengthen students' basically strengths. So within the scope of frameworks and things we can do with our teachers to basically support student well-being, it would be probably, and this has been shown to be done, a lot of integrating mindfulness and mindfulness-based interventions in the schools. Here in the north, at least of Greece, we're not consistently applying mindfulness-based interventions in the schools, but we do know, and currently I'm part of a different project, that we do have a positive psychology approach, that we are integrating some of those aspects in the schools, but it is more to educate teachers, and then teachers run this mindfulness-based activities in their classrooms.
Thank you. And I'm so happy that we have many questions, ladies, so we can stay here until the night. Of course, we will not stay here so long. So the second question will be to Professor Dr. Antigone. And the question is, can you explain the difference between emotional security and emotional safety? What the main of difference?
I think these two words are very similar, because in order to feel safe, you must also be secured. I'm not a psychologist. Probably my Greek colleague, who is a psychologist from Thessaloniki, can answer this question. What is the main difference? I can say that safety and security is cultivated from an early age. So it's very important that we must, as Dr. Michalopoulou said, teachers should be aware on how to cultivate safety and security for children from primary, secondary school, and then to the university level, because we cannot turn on emotional safety at the age of 18. This must be done gradually. So what I can say is that safety and security are very similar, because one depends on the other.
Thank you. And other questions to Uzurle? Yes, I don't know how to spell your name. Like I hear before I came to the stage that my surname wasn't spelled very well too, but it's okay. Okay, which barrier is currently the hardest for universities to overcome in achieved truly inclusive higher education?
Which is the most higher barrier? Honest answer?
Of course, that's honest.
Staff. the people who are working with people, not equipment, not environment, but the way we are thinking about education. We who are working with the students. This is honest one.
Okay, short answer, but it's okay. I want to ask of the students, and not only students who's here, do you practicing in mindful or mindfulness in your daily life? Who is practicing? Yes, raise the hands, please. Oh, it's not many, yes. So I think that after this day you have to make some conclusions and to start to practice mindfulness in your life, not only in the students' lives, yes, not in the lecture life, but after in your own lives. Okay, we can...
Agnes, may I ask a question to the students in order to be this conversation interactive?
Of course.
Because I don't want to be on the podium and you be on the ground floor just listening. What can give you insecurity and unsafety in your class? What attitudes from your teachers is very important for you to safeguard your emotional safety and let you... Thank you. Thank you for being the first volunteer. First of all, do you agree that there is emotional safety between our classes? Because you come from a different cultural background. Where do you come from?
I came from Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Yeah. I would say the safety or insecurity depends upon the level, the matureness, and the standard of a student. Like if in a college, there is a teacher who is teaching students about affairs, about relationships, about the gender identity of the universe. So it's kind of strange, but at the university level, it feels quite safe and quite enrichable to discuss these kind of emotions with students. But at the same time, being an Asian, sometimes I feel these kind of behaviors from my teacher, but it's okay. Like sometimes we feel kind of racism of colors. Like my teacher is standing on the stage, he is discussing something, and he wants to ask a question from the students, and this suddenly changed their behavior toward some kind of white peoples, whether they belong to Morocco or Lithuania. Like it's all about the skin color. I'm not mentioning everyone, but it happens, but very few times. And to overcome this feeling, we have to come up and prove ourselves that a skin color does not make you feel insecure when you are in class. Thank you.
Maybe we have more students? Yes, we have still. Okay.
Sorry, hello, my name is Ovi. So the thing I want to ask, like the thing which mostly make me feel insecure is like the lack of feedback from the teachers. Sometimes what happened, we got a lot of homeworks, exams, but when you see the grade, you see it's not the grade that I was accepting. And sometimes some faculties, they just not really give us any kind of feedbacks like, hey, what's wrong I'm doing, what I need to improve. They just like give us the grade and said, hey, do it better next time, instead of just giving us any proper feedback. So I think this is the thing which makes me feel a little bit insecure. And I think it's same for a lot of people as well. And that's
Are you encouraged to go back and stand up for your teacher and tell him or her that you deserve a better grade?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
So this is very important for you.
Okay, we have here one more.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. As a student, what can make me feel insecure in the class is if there is no respect from the teacher. As a student, I think we deserve some respect from the teachers, and the teachers also deserve a kind of respect from the student as well. That will promote an interpersonal relations and ability to understand each other, irrespective of the background. Thank you.
Thank you. There.
Well, thank you. But I would just like to add to all these topics that probably, as because we are from very different backgrounds, like especially when you go to a class or somewhere, especially like in a place like SMK, so you'll see people from very, very different backgrounds. And we all grew up in very different way of schooling. So our schooling was very, very different. What I felt like is we never had the opportunity to work with the teachers enough to find to compromise this difference between us, because we all grew up in a very different style. But my schooling was very different than a person who is from Africa or somewhere else. So I think that was missing. We just come to the class, we start learning, but in between we learn a lot of things. But I think we never had this conversation or in a serious way that let's talk about it. Let's find a solution between all these gaps.
Okay, thank you. Someone else?
First of all, I would like to say thank you to give me this opportunity. As an international student, I would like to say the safety and the insecurity as an international students which they face even in their colleges, in the class. Because as an international student or in the native student, both having the same mindset. But the difference between international students, which type of insecurities they feel is like they are managing their studies with the job. As a native, they have many different perspectives. They just need to focus on the study. But if the student as an international, they can manage their studies with their jobs and they put their 100% in their academic goals, then they must need to get appreciation. And I know SMK providing a facilitation like a home here. But as far as I'm concerned is that if they are taking classes and doing everything on the time in the class and doing all the best, they must having a chance to be a representative in the environment and showing a better opportunity into their future goals after successfully completion of their degree and giving the equal opportunities among all. That's all.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my opinion also. If students want to feel safe in the class, even professor, if they want to feel safe, it's starting with smile. Yes, when people or students see the professor or teacher smiling, they feel safe. And even professors also, when we talk with professor, we smile, with gentle smile, they will feel safe also. They won't feel against the teacher or something like that. That's why I'm going to say to everyone, if you want to do better communication with everyone at work, at study, at everywhere, you need to start with gentle smile and everything will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other
Yes, we still have.
Parent, you just came.
Okay, thank you, first of all, for giving this opportunity to talk about this very important issue. So I will start by saying the notion of inclusivity and acceptance in the school or in the classroom is very important. We all come from diverse backgrounds, different nations, and as a student, if you come into an institution like this, you'll find out that maybe for one or two reasons, there is some discrimination in class. You are not fully accepted, maybe in the milieu you find yourself. It might make you feel unsafe, but I want to applaud SMK first of all, because when you see the colors, it's painted all over, black, blue, red. So SMK is not that kind of an institution that you find this, and that is just my contribution of how I see it. That if you are accepted in your classroom, if there's no ideology of discrimination, as a student, you have an enabling environment to focus and study and succeed. Thank you.
There is someone in the back.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So, in case of insecurity of the student in the class, I want to add that the behavior of favoritism of teacher is a great concern for other student. For example, if there is a student who is favorite for the teacher, he do much activities in the class. So sometimes if other student who want to perform anything good, but he feel maybe I am not gonna be encouraged by the teacher because I'm not favorite. So I think this kind of mentality should be discouraged.
Here, we still have one more.
Thank you. Regarding the topic, I would like to add that personally for me, a very important part of that is, now, I want to preface, I have not encountered this in SMK, and so far I feel very comfortable with all of the teachers that I personally interact with. But in my experience from my school and such, I would say that it is very important for my personal mental comfort for teacher to understand and behave as if they understand that I am here to learn, and that I do not understand my abilities, and that I may not immediately get everything that they try to teach me or try to push into my head, and to have a more realistic expectation and understanding that sometimes students just do not get it from the first time. I feel that it was discussed earlier and it was presented by one of the presenters, that the pressure from expectations of teachers and, well, peers also may have a very big impact on the mental state of students, and I find that for me, and I'm sure many more people here, that is indeed true. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I say something?
Okay,
last,
of course. Yes,
Agnes?
yes.
First of all, thank you all for your participation. And I want to congratulate all of you for having the courage to stand up and say your opinion. This is very important for all of us. I want to extend my congratulations to the organizing committee and the teachers and professors and the moderators and everyone working in the college, because it's not only one nationality. It's a different national team, either of students and of professors. And let me share with you briefly my experience when I was in England doing my master's. I was white, blonde, ages ago, but I went to a European country at that time. I was not very different from the British. I was a foreigner for them. And you must not consider yourselves as strangers. You must make efforts to do your best because you are not working in your mother tongue. You are working in another language. So you must put extra effort from a local to stand up and be equal with them and not beg your students for extra grades because you deserve them and you are brave to come from your countries and from your backgrounds and make your effort in another country, in another language. And you deserve our full support for your effort. Thank you.
And I would like to give the last one of questions hour, okay? To maybe not for Antigone now, okay? To next lectures. What are the main steps to be taken for a person to become more mindful for the future context?
For the future?
Yes.
Well, this is a very difficult question in our ages because we are living in a very stressful environment and we are, as some of you said, there are many students that are working as well as studying. So it's an effort that we must practice ourselves to concentrate on our positive feelings and try to cultivate our soft skills, being empathetic to others, help those who do not have the opportunity either to study or be as good students as we are. Do not close your heart to the others. Try to share your feelings and your fears, not only your feelings of happiness or joy. Try to share your fears and your stress. When we share something, we can either lower its tension or upgrade its value. So sharing, as Alina's daughter said to me, sharing is caring. And this is something that I want you to keep your mind in.
Maybe our psychologists, which are with us, too, can something to add?
Yes. First of all, thank you everybody for sharing. It's very nice to hear all the diverse voices in the audience, and I'm kind of, I wish I was there to hear everybody in person. So when it comes to the mindful and the future, we know that we live in uncertain times. So the first step is to recognize that a lot of times, given the circumstances right now, that it is okay, first of all, to understand that it's okay. There's might be in everybody's life overwhelming factors, use of social media, a lot of things going on right now. So kind of being mindful looking forward is kind of being present in the moment. So I would take it also more back into that self-reflection aspect of mindfulness and bring it back into the moment. So whenever we get overwhelmed, just remembering the small things, the small steps, understand where our network of supports, and kind of seeing it more one thing at a time.
Thank you very much. And the last but not the worst, yes.
Thank you. I wanted to start with that to be a foreigner in any kind of society, you need not to be a different nationality or color. You can be foreigner in your own society just because you do things differently or you think differently. And the main thing for us is to find this courage to be different. It doesn't matter what others think. You know your own goal and you just go for it. And as you said, you just do it and be strong enough. And thank you for your remark about that we should not expect students who understand everything from the first time. But I would say not everybody understands from the second time. There are people with totally different kind of mind and they're genius in another things we as educators should see in each person what is his bright side, because everybody of us has it, and we all think about stress and all kind of things, and nowadays we have, I disagree, we are people with free will, we can switch it off for at least few hours in the day. We don't live in New York here, so we have nature. And my closing remark for this question would be, please be more aware that we are not here alone. It's not just about us. We are on the planet and we are all in one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the finished, I would like to say that don't forget about your emotions and speak about your emotions, your feels. It's normal. And you have to make reflections more often and to say maybe for your educators that I don't feel very well of this your decision. Can we talk about it? Yes, because the talks, it's the most important thing for us. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such meaningful session. I saw many of our students, they were really trying to push themselves, to encourage themselves to talk, but they didn't talk. They wanted to talk. And I believe in the next session, those who didn't talk, they are going to talk. So we will have next session. After 1 hour lunch break, again, I would expect all of you to be here to speak in our another panel session and to make your voice to be heard. Thank you very much. See you in 1 hour. step by step they are coming. In the meantime, we are going to start our next session. While the professor is going to come here, our audience also will fill the room. Okay, let's us not waste the time and start with our next presenter. From Portugal, Professor Dr. Pedro Miguel Lopes Mota Veiga. I hope pronounced good. From Portugal, Maya will talk about mindfulness in VUCA environments, what we know and what we still need to learn. Yes, Professor.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank the SMAK team to invite me to this conference. I want to thank the warm welcome, and I want to congratulate you for the excellent organization, and to all persons who helped make this session possible. My name is Pedro Mota Veiga. I come from Portugal, from Universidade da Maia. I'm a teacher and researcher, mainly in business and management areas. I'm also researching this center. In this presentation, we will talk about mindfulness in VUCA environment. What is VUCA environment? VUCA are environments which as characterized by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This acronym is originally introduced by United States military to describe the environments of conflict scenarios. When we talk in VUCA, we don't talk in chaos. We can't change our environment, but we need to manage them. And these environments are characterized by the four concepts. These four concepts have some relationships with the mindfulness. Originally, we can concept theoretically the VUCA environments by the dynamic capabilities theory. The dynamic capabilities theory is a theory of strategic management. It is a theory related with changes in an environment. In our approach, in this approach, we have three concepts, three dimensions. The sensing is the dimension that detect weak signals early. We have the second concept related with seizing, when we need to mobilize resource and decide at the right time. And we have a third component, a third factor related with transforming, when we reconfigure assets and routines sustainably. What we mean by mindfulness? At the morning we talk about that, and because that I will talk essentially in organizational mindfulness. This mindfulness is characterized by sensitivity to operations, preoccupation with failure, learning from error, and robust reliability in complex systems, in complex organizations. In this research, when I do a search about these two topics, firstly, I saw that we don't have any literature review about the thematic. We have lots of literature review about every topics, almost all topics. This is the first gap that I searched in the literature. After that, the literature are dominated by micro and individual approaches. The approaches, the researches are essentially in services and Western countries, and some methodological inconsistencies, how measure mindfulness, which lead to weak comparability and theory building. So the purpose of this study is based on a systematic literature review, synthesize and conceptualize how mindfulness operates as a strategic capability in VUCA contexts. To do that, we used a bibliometric systematic literature review developed by this author, Marzi Caputo, I don't know the other. This approach combines bibliometric review with content review. This approach is based on PRISMA and AMSTAR, two standards in literature review. And if you want, you could replicate my study. This is a good thing of the studies. Related with that, I only use the Web of Science database. I could use the Scopus database and other database. I used this string with Boolean operators, mindful and some terms related with VUCA and related with organizations. I searched this string in title abstract on keywords, in Web of Science is in topic. I choose only articles and reviews, some reviews in this database, but reviews that was not connected with the object of the subject of this study. Articles review and early articles, the articles that don't have yet the volume, the pages, but we can find in the Web of Science, because we have several Web of Science categories, and I only want to see what happened with research in business and management. I do this filter, and after that, because some conference proceedings and book chapters are also articles, I remove them. This is the flow chart. I started with 364 articles, and after several steps. The last step is read the abstracts. I gave this task to two of my students, master students of business management, and sometimes they disagree, and after that I will see what they disagree, and I choose that. Finally, I have 72 articles. In Web of Science and also in Scopus, we can export the data of the articles in a database, in an Excel file, in a file to insert in bibliographic softwares that manage bibliographic references. To do the bibliometric analysis, I mainly use the VOS viewer. I used also the bibliometrics and R package, but mainly I use the VOS viewer. I use three, but mainly two techniques of bibliometric analysis: bibliographic coupling, co-citation analysis, and keyword analysis. After that, it's needed to do a thematic coding. So these are the overview of the field. The time span between 2002 to 2025. These articles are published in 59 journals. The growth rate by year is 12%. And we have, for example, we have 3.1 authors by article, which means that is a field collaborative, and we have 43% of cost country, which is an international. That is an international collaboration between the authors. This is the trend. Not this 2005, 2002. Sorry, this mistake. This is the trend in the early years at 2009. There were almost no papers. Between 2010 to 2018, we have small numbers of papers, and after 2019, the number of articles grow fast after a small dip in 2024. The mainly source are the International Journal of Project Management. We will see the project management is a task that the mindfulness have an importance, and we have the other journals who have two papers cover several areas like psychology, information systems, and sustainability. Firstly, the word cloud. This is word cloud is based on the keywords, author keywords, because in Web of Science we have two types of keywords: one keyword of the authors, and one keyword, some keywords of the authors, and some keywords that are attributed by Web of Science. This is the word cloud. after this word clown, I will see the connections, the colors, and after that we found 4 thematic areas. One related with uncertainty, complexity, reliability, project management, agility, performance, collective mindfulness, organization, leadership, and leadership, the third, and the last one related with resilience, health, and sustainability. The second analysis is the co-citation analysis. Co-citation analysis is an analysis that maps the intellectual structure of the field. It reveals the thematic, the themes, the main themes, the foundational works, and this set of co-citation analysis is not the same that the set that I have the articles. It is the set of the articles that were most cited in the 72 articles. Based on this, we found 3 clusters, 3 groups. These groups are related firstly with the individual level, second with the organizational level, and the third related with resilience, collective learning, and adaptation. The trajectory in terms of time are from micro-foundation to meso-routines to collective capabilities. The second analysis is the bibliographic coupling. The bibliographic coupling connect the papers based on these references. We have one paper that don't share any reference with the other. This paper needs to be removed. And after that, we found 4 clusters. One cluster related with mindfulness, leadership, and well-being. The second with learning, sense-making, and dynamic capabilities. The third one related with mindful organizing and reliability and resilience, and the fourth related to projects with technology and innovation. The third, we have a less number of papers. What we need to learn, the gaps. I read the articles to see what gaps we have in the literature. Yes, I'm seeing. I have several gaps, maybe in the after when we have the after section we can talk about these gaps and how can answer these gaps. I present 3 practices of mindfulness, one by SAP, another for Unilever, and another for Siemens. We could talk about that, and you could search about that. That's projects. Finally, I build a model with the VUCA dimensions and what we need to do in mindfulness in terms of leadership and team routines, the connection with dynamic capabilities, and we need to do something or to do anything, we need to define KPIs. We need to measure. Finally, I don't know if who is from management or business science. Anything. I want to promote this book that I am co-editing this book in the Palgrave about entrepreneurship in the era of AI. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Professor. Without making our next guest waiting, we continue with online session. PhD candidate Anita Zdanovica or Znabucha. I hope she will excuse me that I mispronounce. From the Department of Psychology, University of Latvia. And we'll talk about navigating mental health challenges for employee. Hello, dear Anita, do you hear us?
Yes, hello. I can hear you.
Yes, we hear you. Yes,
Okay,
stage is yours,
perfect.
please. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing conference. And indeed, I will share a little bit about mental health challenges. Unfortunately, currently, they are rather prevalent issues. For example, we see that there are estimates that almost 1/5 of employees, so people who are active workforce, report at least one mental illness. And unfortunately, majority of employees report at least one symptom of poor mental health. So this is not something that is a minor issue. And actually, across 29 countries, research involving more than 150,000 respondents concluded that as long as you live by the age of 75, it's basically 50% risk to develop some kind of mental problem during your lifetime, a little bit higher for women. In New Zealand, they followed more than 1,000 people from birth to the age of 45, and the data is even more dramatic. We see that in this cohort, only 14% of these 1,000 people did not experience any mental health issues by the age of 45. There have also been discussions recently if mental health issues are so prevalent and basically every second person is at lifetime risk. Is this even a normality or maybe a new norm? And there have been suggestions that difficult lives, for example, explain depression and depressive disorders better than brain health issues. And because we see that mental health problems are so prevalent in basically every society, there has also been a lot of research trying to see if they, similarly to viral infections, are contagious. And already 25 years ago, a review concluded that indeed depressive symptoms and mood can be viral. And especially this contagion effect is strong for close relatives, friends, romantic partners, and caregivers of a patient. Sometimes it's even called a secondary traumatization or cost of caring, meaning that people who are the closest to a trauma victim, for example, like caregivers, therapists, aid workers, might actually suffer from very similar symptoms as PTSD patient. And it seems like contingency of mental problems is in fact just extension of more fundamental processes of emotional contagion and empathy. Emotional contagion is a very innate mechanism that is prevalent not only for humans but other animals. We tend to mimic how other people feel around us. And there has been actually a very famous experiment involving Facebook posts that showed that if you manipulate what people can read on Facebook and if you feed them more negative news, they will afterwards produce themselves more negative posts and vice versa. And it is believed that this emotional contingency, our ability to mimic and imitate how other people feel around us, is very critical for development of empathy. And we will see in a moment the role of empathy in mental health. But before that, we have to mention that unfortunately this tendency to mimic how other people feel is especially prevalent for negative states. That is called negativity bias. And our brain is hardwired to pay more attention and increase activity, specifically to negative stimuli, to negative things, dangerous, threatening, something that it can in any way undermine our survival and well-being. And from evolutionary standpoint, it's extremely relevant and smart design, because it is, if the brain is very careful and very conscious of any single potential, even the smallest threat, that increases our chances of survival, especially in environment where those are physical threats. However, in current day, those can be threat factors that cannot physically maybe hurt us or endanger us, but they can still be perceived just as critical and stressful and damaging to the long-term brain and body health. And this is what we wanted to explore more in our own research in my PhD, because normally this negativity bias has been demonstrated when people look at unpleasant or pleasant images, or maybe some specific very sudden sounds, but we wanted to take it to more professional and educational environment. And so we asked our participants to listen to almost 800 repetitions of spatial instructions. So what they heard in their earphones were just 4 specific instructions indicating spatial directions, up, down, left, right. And the only difference was what was the tone of the voice that spoke these instructions. So 1/3 was spoken in angry, 1/3 in happy, and 1/3 in neutral voices. And then we asked participants to respond with the joystick movement as fast and correct as possible to these instructions. And what we saw, angry instructions were indeed executed faster, and angry instructions also cause the highest brain activity compared to all the other instructions across the whole brain topography, indicating that simply because there was this background specific intonation of the voice, so the word itself was identical, but just because there was extra information, this angry tone, it was actually more energy consuming for the brain, and brain consumes extreme amounts of energy daily. That's a normal state for the brain. So whenever we do things that add some extra, we risk to some extent to overload and therefore decrease cognitive performance, for example. We also saw that this negativity effect was carried over to the neutral instructions. So if the neutral instruction was spoken after angry, it was also automatically performed faster, as if people were still a bit in this increased speed mode to escape the danger, to escape this angry voice. And now we go back to the empathy and importance of empathy in this whole process. And we see that there are 2 types of empathy. There's affective empathy that is very biological. Even infants show this kind of empathy. For example, infants show stress signs if they hear another child crying next to them. And this is basically ability to feel exactly what the other person is feeling, to walk in their shoes, while cognitive empathy that is more developed, we have to learn to see others' perspective. So it develops normally after age of 6 and older, uses different mechanisms. So it's more appraisal and cool kind of empathy. And while empathy is extremely important in multiple kinds of professional and personal relationships, it also can make you as a professional extremely vulnerable. So the emphasis is, especially if you are somebody who works in helping professions, like a medical system, education, HR, any customer service, you should always prioritize your own well-being and always go for this professional cognitive empathy where you understand other people, but you never suffer with them, because once you start suffering, now we have two people who have problem and nobody who is able to solve them. There are also multiple factors that could decrease empathy. If you are hungry, haven't slept enough, tired chronically, you will not physically be able to express empathy, because this is one of the most energy consuming process that brain can produce. And once you are too tired globally, this will simply function not be provided. You'll function on a more basic level. And it all goes back, of course, all these mental health issues, they eventually, they all stem from the level of the brain health. And there are always these two quiet principles that we think when we think about brain health and your well-being that is highly dependent on brain health. So there are these two principles: use it or lose it, and the second is abuse it and lose it. What we mean by use it, so to keep your brain and avoid early cognitive decline, dementia, you have to physically, mentally, and socially stimulate your brain, and in other words, use it, but also provide good nutrients and good sleep. Now, the other spectrum, and you just take and from your brain, just perform, never get any rest, you will end up with increased degeneration and cognitive decline risk. So lack of sleep, chronic stress, overload, all these three things in long term contribute to early inflammation and eventually degeneration of the brain. So as colleagues from Nature Reviews Neurology emphasize, brain health is a fundamental factor that is critical for your physical, your mental health, your social health, and eventually planetary health as well. And spiritual well-being can be highly helpful to develop better brain health, because spiritual well-being means that you have life goals and some values and things that give your life meaning. So from point of brain health, being happy is highly important. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Anita. I believe we will have panel session with you. We will have it 15 minutes earlier, so just keep in mind, please. 15 minutes earlier, yeah. Thank you. Let us continue with our next speaker, Dr. Eirini Oroua from University of Western Macedonia, from Greece, and talking about causes of mental illness with employment. Thank you.
Hello. It is a great honor for me to be here with you today, speaking with a major public health issue, the causes of mental illness within employment. Of course, I would like to thank the organized committee for this invitation to give me the opportunity to talk about this major issue. Today, we're talking about explore the multifactorial causes of mental illness, examine how working conditions contribute to psychological distress, analyze the healthcare sector as a case study of high vulnerability, present recent empirical findings, discuss key risk and protective factors, and finally identify evidence-based strategies and individual intervention. Now, the problem is multifactorial. Recent decades have witnessed a global rise in work-related mental health problems. The World Health Organization in 2022 estimates that 1 in 6 working-age adults experiences a mental disorder at any given time, mainly anxiety, depression, secondary post-traumatic stress, and burnout-related syndromes. Now, the causes divided into 3 categories. The organizational causes include excessive workload and time pressure, lack of control and autonomy, poor communication, and job insecurity. The psychological causes include workplace bullying, role conflict, poor social support from colleges and supervisors. And finally, the socioeconomic factors include rising living costs, economic instability, and the digitalization of work. Now, the healthcare sector as a high-risk field because healthcare professionals hold a unique position. They work at the intersection of human vulnerability and they have ethical responsibility. Their environment often contains serious risk factors. Now, we will show you the risk factors. First, emotional and cognitive demands. They have to manage fear, sadness, and frustration while maintaining professionalism and compassion. This continuous exposure to suffering, combined with the expectation to remain resilient, creates an invisible emotional burden. Second, the exposure to trauma and death. Repeated exposure to traumatic events such as injuries, child mortality, or end-of-life care can lead to secondary post-traumatic stress. A Greek study found that nearly 1/4 of healthcare workers in pediatric and NICU reported post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms following the COVID-19 crisis. The trauma to healthcare is often cumulative rather than episodic. Third, understaffing. Chronic understaffing, limited resources, and high loads can lead to secondary trauma or PTSD. In a recent European survey, nurses' burnout ranged from 25% to 80%. Healthcare institutions already under pressure due to economic austerity measures have observed similar phenomena with an increase in sick leave and staff turnover rates in hospitals. Now, moral injury and ethical conflict. Moral injury means the psychological distress caused by actions that violate one's ethical or moral code. Healthcare professionals are often forced to make difficult choices. First, how to allocate resources, and second, how to prioritize care in crisis situations. These experiences leave deep psychological scars, distinct from burnout, but often overlapping with it. The global prevalence indicate that healthcare professionals had double the risk of depression and anxiety compared to the general workforce. And the European data indicate that 1 in 3 healthcare workers report chronic emotional exhaustion compared to 1 in 5 in other sectors. Now, the mental illness include burnout syndrome with emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and reduced personal uncomplacement. Mood and anxiety disorders include depression, generalized anxiety disorder, specific anxiety disorders such as phobia or other stress disorders or panic disorder, and reduce empathy and compassion fatigue. As a result, we have reduced patient care. Post-traumatic stress disorder happens from repeated exposure to trauma. The symptoms include isolation, re-experiencing the trauma, and avoidance. We have low psychosocial functioning, and other problems include sleep difficulties such as insomnia, substance abuse, somatic complaints, and absence from work. The protective factors, it is a lot. Organizational protective factor includes supporting leadership, fair workload distribution, open communication with the leader and with the colleges, recognition and reward system, and peer support structures. Now, the individual protective factors include resilience training, mindfulness, emotional regulation, and coping skills programs have proven the well-being. The social support, the strong collegial and familiar networks reduce the impact of stress, and professional meaning-making. If we view work as something meaningful and based on ethics, we can transform stress into growth. Policy recommendation, institutionalizing mental health programs, incorporating mental health indicators, promoting work-life balance, ensuring fair pay and job security, and psychological education. Example from other countries, we have the example from the UK's NHS practitioner health program, which offers confidential support to doctors and dentists experiencing stress or burnout, and the experience from the Canada's Wellness Together initiative provides these nationwide mental health resources accessible to all workers. And we have to know that work is not the enemy. The problem arises when the human dimension of work is neglected. The healthcare professional experience this paradox more than any other group. And finally, the causes of mental illness within employment are complex. And the health of the workforce is the foundation of any functional society. My reference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are we engaged? Are we asking questions constantly? Okay, we will have to ask more questions. This session is about mindfulness in workplace environment. The place that we're feeling too much pressure. The place that they are demanding too much from us. The place that they are seeing us as a robot. And they need to squeeze us. And when they, they don't see you. They will not see you because in the current system, especially in the current system, the bosses will have to, or feel like they will have to squeeze us to get the highest profit and with the lowest cost. And today, the reason that we are discussing these things in here is to understand how these things are affecting our mental health. It's not only workplace. As our students, I see that you are trying to create balance between life, school, and workplace. And that is very complicated. When we say the complex life, when we say volatility, this is what we mean exactly. And we try to survive in this part. So we will not run out of time because our next speaker still has 2 minutes to join from Croatia. We will talk a bit more. This is going to be our last session. After panel session, we will not have any other. So I would like you to engage really intensively to get as much as you can get from here, from our professors that they come all the way from Portugal, from Latvia, from Greece. Those who couldn't find the opportunity, they are joining online from other part of the world. And this multicultural environment is bringing also the diversity of the ideas as well. Most of your students didn't hear when you're asking question or when you were indicating your idea, you were mentioning that we all came from different backgrounds. And this different background is giving us different experiences. And these different experiences, naturally, is coming up with different feeling. The things that we are implementing to some of you, the attitude that we are showing to some of you might be seen as very normal, but another one might feel it as abusing maybe, oppress, suppress. That's why some assignment that you are getting in your school, some of you might feel like that they really want to cry, and some of you might see that this is just a normal part of the life and we need to deal with it. This is the resilience we are talking. The resilience that we have got from our roots. The resilience that shows us how we grow up in this complex world. When we think about the complex world, the dynamic of the city is coming around, because if you really live in the nature, some kind of villages, I don't believe that you are going to have difficulties in your life. Because life in the villages is just simple. Wake up in the morning, very early morning, going to the farm, growing the things, and maybe feed your animals. That is going to be needed at the end of the day. And at the end, you go and just start to sleep, and nothing else you are thinking. The tiredness today we are talking is a tiredness of our brain. At the end of the day, if our brain is tired, then we are tired. But if our body is tired, we just sleep and wake up and everything's gone. So, maybe we can move to our another speaker, since while we are waiting for our online speaker from Croatia, we can move our another speaker who is here. We would like to invite Dr. Nasibe Hedayati from Satakunta University of Applied Science, Finland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you feel still motivated and energized enough for this last presentation. I would like to first thank the organizer for inviting me here, and thank you all for still being here. As you see today, I am going to talk about mindfulness from a different perspective. Since morning that we have been here, I picked some key words related to mindfulness and what we mean when we say mindfulness. Mental health was mentioned, inclusivity was mentioned, emotional intelligence, communication skills. So all of these things are somehow reflected in my presentation. As you see, empowering culturally diverse youth through cross-border entrepreneurial education. This is a work by me and my colleague, Ali Tavakoli. He is not here, so I am going to present on behalf of both of us. Just quickly, a bit about my background. I work at Satakunta University of Applied Sciences as a researcher. It is in Pori, Finland, a city about 3 hours away from capital region in west of Finland. I have my PhD in educational sciences, and my research interests have been morality and ethics in educational contexts, youth life purposes, migrants, and integration. I will first start with describing the context for you. Migrants' population in Finland is about 11% of the population. And in official statistics, they use foreign language speakers. It means people whose mother tongue is not Finnish, Swedish, and Sami, something else. And unemployment in Finland during the last years has raised 9% in the whole country, which is one of the highest in Europe. And unemployment of foreign language speakers, it's 7%, it's 17%, it's even higher. It has been like this for a long time, that unemployment rate about foreign language speakers is higher than the native language speakers. And of course, why it raised like that, our government in Finland during the last 2-3 years did a lot of cuts that affected in this unemployment rate. Now, this youth with migrant background, the situation is even more difficult for them. According to the studies, youth from diverse cultural and linguistic background in Finland, their unemployment rate is higher than of native speakers. And there was a project done 2016-2022 in Helsinki, Migrant Youth Helsinki. According to this project, 25% of migrant youth were neither employed nor in school, and this was 6 times the rate among those with only Finnish background. Studies prove that there is a gap. There is a reason behind this high unemployment. First, discrimination. That one of the discrimination can be because of language, but it's not here. I can share with you that a study has been done in Finland 10 years ago and again was repeated this year, that in the application process there is discrimination based on name. So it's interesting, after many years repeating it, it's still the same thing. But there are other gaps. Integration system often fails to address the need of migrant youth. There is limited access to network, limited access to education and training, and of course, lack of language skills. Satakunta University of Applied Sciences doesn't have a long history of having international students. I would say it's about 4 years. So, in our region, now we have these international talents. It has become a hot topic. What should we do to improve the employability rate of these international students who come to Finland to study? So, considering the background that I described for you, we have had this project. It lasted about 2 years. It ended 1 month ago. So we decided to have entrepreneurship education as a cross-border collaboration between Finland and Estonia to improve the entrepreneurial mindset and, of course, providing an opportunity for language improvement. And here specifically, because it was a cross-border collaboration, we meant English. And of course, as a youngster, we wanted to help them to know, to do a self-mapping, understand what are their skills, their passions, and if entrepreneurship can be a right path for them. Here you see 2 pictures about one time gathering we had in Finland and another time gathering we had in Estonia. It was a cross-border collaboration with SAMK in Finland and Vita team in Estonia, Narva, which is an organization that provides support for youngsters. As I said, our aim was to improve employability and inclusion among culturally diverse youth. We wanted to increase the self-confidence, to help them to understand their own skills, and of course, through the cross-border collaboration, they gain some skills, for example, communication skills and teamwork. When we got the fund, we announced it to recruit, and we had only 15 seats, but 60 applied, which was like, unfortunately, we had to pick 15 of them. The program consisted of 8 in-person workshops. It included hybrid sessions with participants from Estonia. We had 2 days hackathon in Pori and 2 days workshops in Narva, Estonia. What we discussed, first we started with the self-mapping that I told you. With group activities, we were trying to help these young participants to know what skills they have, what passions they have. Is entrepreneurship a right path for them or not? And of course, we also try to provide activities related to raising cultural awareness, understanding the challenges when you work in a culturally different environment. And of course, we had trainings regarding entrepreneurial mindset, business development, and then we noticed, at some points we needed to change the process of our training. When we saw the need, we realized that there is a need to understand how to communicate in a culturally diverse environment, especially when they had teamworks with participants in Estonia. And we also provide opportunity for our participants to connect with local entrepreneurs, and through them they had the opportunity to reflect their business idea, how to register their business in Finland, and of course they had to do projects, like for example make a video and pitch their business idea. There is a strong support from studies and research previously done that these kinds of programs promote self-confidence and improves resilience among young people. And that was, of course, our aim, and to improve the problem-solving capacity based on what are the challenges in the real-life world, what kind of idea can improve that challenge. Evidence also shows that intercultural and transnational peer program increase sense of belonging, motivation, and identity development. And of course, these studies that you see here, some of them reflect, for example, Erasmus exchange mobility that we have in Europe. But it also provides an opportunity to network, to know the local experts around you, to know if they can help you and how they can help you, and if you have a challenge, from whom you should ask. One important thing we could do for these young people was to connect them to some accelerator program based on the idea. They could get some small fund from the SAMK accelerator to start their own business. Here you can see some feedback from our participants, which was extremely positive. They were happy that they had the chance to know what skills they have, what they need to improve if they want to have the entrepreneurship path in their life. But we also learned something. This is something that I don't know, is it because of the age, or maybe my colleagues here can also, during the panel discussion, share their idea. Is it the generation? Is it being young? Or I don't know. But we had the challenge of time management, sense of responsibility, and of course, communication skills, especially when they were supposed to do teamwork with participants who lived in Estonia, Narva. So if we want to do it again, and in this new project, Green Tech for Transformation, or GT40, we leveled it up, we learned. We are going to we will have micro-credential courses, but we will start with these intrapersonal and interpersonal skills, because we found it extremely necessary if we are working with youngsters and young adults. But GT40 is going to be more inclusive. It is also for 50 plus years old. That's something that we learned from Kuldeep. And why we have these projects, both of them in SOMC, because, as I said, this international talent is important for us. We want to try different paths to help them to solve the unemployment rate that they might encounter in Finland. And then one more thing about this GT40 I would like to add is that having a meaningful purpose to start your own business is important. We learned that from Kuldeep. So what we have in GT40 is that we give the challenge. We will have industry and outside world involved. They share the challenge they have with the participants, and now they have to look for a solution, and that solution can be a startup or a business. So that is something that we learned and we added to the next project. That was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we are going to our last session. And the speaker's session has done. This session is going to be our last session, panel, and we will expect your questions again, to engage in this again. So for our last session, I would like to invite moderator Ron Lesai from SMK, and online session, who is going to join us online, Associate Professor Dr. Andrea Mihaela Barbu from Bucharest, Hungary. And we would like to invite our speakers, Dr. Pedro Miguel. In online, we would like to invite PhD candidate Anita, and Dr. Irini, and also Dr. Nasibe.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank you for all of your amazing presentations. I mean, we went from the VUCA world and how to manage and these amazing analyses that were mapped. I think I have never seen bibliometric findings be showcased like that ever. So that was an amazing thing to see, and I look forward to further going on the topic. And then we of course had PhD candidate Anita, who joined us telling us more about her topic as well, and Dr. Nasibe Hedayati, which beautifully presented the synthesis of the Kuldeep project. Kuldeep, right? Kuldeep, sorry. And Dr. Irini Orovu, talking about causes of mental illness and yes. So I'm very excited for this panel discussion. We were supposed to have also Dr. Andrea Mihaela Barbu, but I'm sure that she will join any second. So before we go to the Q&A that the participants of the symposium have contributed to, I would first like to ask you, how can the future mindful employer navigate differences within their organization? I think before I give you the word, I think we talked beautifully about the fact that there are differences, and not just on an ethnic basis, on a cultural basis, but also on psychographic. Some people tend to be more prone to adhere to change than others. So how can the mindful employer navigate these differences?
May the psychologist answer the question? The psychologist?
Maybe Anita can answer?
Ah,
okay.
You can also do.
Yeah, as a teacher and researcher, I think that a university as an organization, so that's where I work and I can comment on, is very important to all the time navigate what are the challenges, to be to have the resilience, right? We have to modify and change all the time when we see the challenge, and then that helps when there is a new challenge coming and you notice it, to be inclusive, to find a solution that everyone is involved. That's how I see it, to be able to have the mindfulness in the university environment, at least.
Okay, thank you. Pedro, what about you? What do you think on this?
I start with this belief. Differences are useful. I think the differences is the fuel to better thinking and to better decision making. I think we need to train leaders in mindfulness, because if we talk in mindfulness employer, we need to train leaders. And one thing that is useful in these environments is the needed to match the tasks with the skills. It's an important thing.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I would like to ask you is, how can employers and employees alike, or future employees, potential candidates, integrate mindful strategies in an effort to prevent and address conflict in the workplace? This is sometimes the cause of many uncomfortable emotions and experiences in the workplace. So what would be maybe some of the ways where both employees and employers can navigate this? And maybe we can hear from Dr. Irini.
Yes, first of all, the good communication between them, the fair workload, the award system, and what else? That's all.
Okay. Maybe we can hear from PhD candidate Anita as well on this question.
Yes, sure. I think I'm a bit lagging, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you fine. Thank you.
Great. Well, mindfulness often starts as self-awareness. So it's also a reflection on your own behavior and on your own things that are important to you. If this specific employment means something and is valuable, then we should not only expect that all our needs will be met automatically, but somehow also acknowledge that we could contribute ourselves also to this process by not just expecting that employer, for example, will provide us with enough free time or enough resources to cope with challenges, but also invest in our own well-being, and therefore just to increase our personal resilience, because well, especially in our days, we don't I'm in a one specific workplace. We sometimes are immobile. So investing in our own awareness and mindfulness might be where to start for both sides. And then it could contribute to a lower rate of conflicts.
Okay, thank you so much.
One thing that comes to my mind is that all of these things are awareness. Do we all are aware of them? I don't think so. Like the self-awareness and reflection And then as a teacher, then you should know that to be able to, or as a person at work with your colleagues and with your supervisor. So I was thinking maybe first of all we need to raise that awareness. Not everyone knows that what we discussed here at the work context and environment. I don't know, could it be that at the managerial level they should provide trainings, workshops, everyone being aware of it and create that kind of culture? For example, the open communication and clear communication, because it's not the case everywhere. So if no one knows about it and talks about it, then it will be difficult to have it.
If I may ask a follow-up question, because from your presentation about the project and the sets of trainings and the feedback that you received, you also mentioned that there was a review that was done 10 years later and still the same discrimination was seen in hiring based on name. So maybe we can assume that there will be conflict in many workplaces where the students may work. Was there a component of the project where you did train them specifically on how to manage conflict if it comes to them?
Yes, exactly. There was a specific part with ethical sensitivity and being aware of challenges that might happen in a culturally different work environment, and then how to solve it. At least we talked about it with giving scenarios to the participants and asking them how they would react if they were in that kind of situation.
And could you share, if you remember, some of the feedback that you got? What was coming out?
You know, at the level of theory, all went well when we had the training. But when they were supposed to do the group discussion with the participants from a different background, then we realized that we need to do more work because it was difficult for them to put it in practice. So I had to remind them that, did you remember we talked about it? And they told me that it's very difficult. Like, for example, openly talking about that, is this specific time okay to meet? Just not to talking about it clearly, they just had the assumption this person is not caring, they don't care, for example. So that level of very basic that you would think it's very easy, why? But in practice it was difficult. But I would say they reflected, back to your question, they thought that this is really challenging, but we learned a lot. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
What about you, Pedro? What do you think about how employers and employees can integrate mindful strategies to prevent and address conflict in the workplace?
I think the higher number of conflicts are related with work design. For example, unclear tasks. And if we solve this problem, we can if we make work explicit on a simple way, I think the people, the workers, could feel more happy. The happiness is an important thing when we talk in mindfulness. And I think is it.
Okay, thank you very much. Has Professor Dr. Andrea Mihaela Barbu joined the Zoom meeting? Do we have her? No, yes. Okay. Okay, so my next question would be, I mean, of course, that there will be a question about digital innovation and how it's impacting today's society. And in fact, in the Q&A, I did see a lot of these questions. So maybe from your expertise, from your point of view, what are the ways in which both employees, potential candidates, and employers can mindfully approach digital innovation? Because it can, now there's different studies coming out about how useful it is and how it reduces work strain, and it helps in managing different symptoms like emotional exhaustion and burnout. But then at the same time, it can cause it as well when we're so digitally involved in a virtual reality. So what are the ways in which employees and employers can mindfully approach digital and AI use?
Okay, I feel like I'm the only person that talks. Well, that is very important thing. I think specifically about AI. I have noticed the lack of talking about it openly in the educational context. It somehow sometimes is like a taboo. I think open discussion about the fact that it exists, it changes our lives so rapidly, and sometimes I think academia or at the educational context, we haven't been able to keep up with that speed that technology and AI is moving forward to educate ourselves as educators and to be able to educate our students how to work with it, what to do with it. How it affects our life, how this interaction with a non-human is going to change our life. And of course, your question was like generally about the work environment, but I just reflected based on the work environment that I am working. I don't know if other colleagues would like to comment more.
Thank you so much.
I put hopes and fears on the same tables. In AI, I think that is needed to set a clear intent for AI use, which use will do with AI. We will use AI for automation, for process improvement, for customer relationship. We need to define this, and also we need to define what AI not replace. It's an important thing. And related with AI, we have a different level of skills in firms, and we need to train some skills, some basic skills, and for some persons who need to have a higher level of skills and a higher level of training. And is needed also to transform this use of AI in simple numbers. What we gain, what we add with the use of AI, the users trust in AI, and that's it.
Thank you. Now I'm coming back to some of the questions from the Q&A as well. Dr. Irina Orovu, one of the questions for you was, which organizational factors do you think often get overlooked when in a discussion about mental health within the working environment?
As I said previously, the good communication between the worker and the leadership, the award system, the healthcare worker is a vulnerable population, so we need more specific, our specific interest, such as the shifts, the night shifts are very hurtful for them, and the good salary. I think it's a factor who something else. I can't think something else now.
Okay, and we had one question for Anita. Can you hear us, Anita?
Yes.
So this one is a very daily life question where someone asked, How can one maintain mental health when used to an environment where you study at night, attend classes from 8 to 4 p.m. and live under constant stress?
Well, if you can do that, that's a miracle. Because normally we do not expect too good of results under these conditions. Unfortunately, there is a lot of data showing that people who, for example, work night shifts, they are one of the first who suffer neurodegeneration and decline in brain health, because unfortunately we are evolutionary hardwired to have deep sleep predominantly only during first few hours of the night, because probably most likely those were the darkest hours when our brain was able to relax for a short while to not be scared of predators that much. So long story short, sleep is crucial for cleaning, for brain cleaning, for restoration of the brain, for learning, for memory. All memory consolidation, knowledge consolidation happens during these deep sleep stages in early night hours. So learning through the night is something that we have actually, like I think last year published very impressive study where they for the first time showed what happens when you learn on a molecular level. So what happens in a neural cell, DNS is breaking when we are undergoing extensive learning. This is the same process that happens when cancer develops. However, with normal immune system, these DNA breakages are repaired, and once they're repaired, we have new memory formed, new knowledge formed. But the key elements here are, after extensive learning periods, you have to let the brain sleep, to consolidate, to restore, to clean itself. It might seem, especially when we're younger, it might seem it's possible to do that, but in a long term, there will be very few benefits from this. And well, my suggestion would still be to prioritize your personal health and well-being. Learn, especially in our day and age when we don't have to learn maybe so many things by letter by letter, we can look many things up, we can outsource many things. So maybe sleep and study less, but study smarter. There are many techniques how you can spend less time but do way more efficient learning instead of very intense, repetitive. Good luck.
Thank you, Anita. The lecturers here are very scared now. Sleep more and study less. The motto of the mindful employment.
Study smarter, not
nice.
harder.
Yes, very nice, very nice. That is also a mindful approach when you think about it. Study smarter,
Absolutely.
not harder. And work smarter, not harder. So I think one of my last questions for the discussion would be, what are the key research demands, but also maybe project demands right now on the perspective of organizations? Because something that's happening a lot is that there's a lot of candidates out there, but also now the standards from the part of the candidates to get employed have gone up, especially when it comes to benefits packages or treatment, work and non-work boundaries. All of these issues have now become to focus because of all of the work that researchers like us do. So what are the research needs and the project needs on the perspective of organizations? How can we move forward in mindful employment? or in your respective areas in mental health or mental illness. So whatever it is, what are the gaps that you see that maybe we can fill?
Organizations needs usable and comparable data. For this, I think we need validated organizational surveys. We have a lot of scales at individual level, but we need to develop scales at organizational and leader level, because we have leaders of several levels. We need, like I said, the studies are mainly in services and Western countries. We need to develop studies, research in other industries, like knowledge-based industries, tech industries, manufacturing industries. You need to do this research, and other countries, Eastern countries, Asian countries. Normally, the countries are Western European, United States, and we need to research how AI and mindfulness routines can change errors, can change speed, and can change trust and safety.
Thank you. What about the rest of the panel?
Very well, I don't have anything to add. I had those in my mind. So.
Okay, Dr. Irini?
Me too.
And maybe Anita? Do you have anything to add to this question about the research gaps, maybe, that we can potentially fill with more research?
For sure, we definitely need to know more about using these large language models, AI tools. From neuroscience perspective, it's not just, it's a bit tricky thing. For example, what we see when people started to rely on GPS navigation, their internal brain-based navigation skills really started to decline. So inner spatial navigation are now really worse depending on how much you daily use GPS. Unfortunately, spatial navigation decline is the earliest symptom of cognitive decline in general. In other words, use it or lose it, right? We don't navigate at all ourselves. It is all done by external tool. So our brain is getting rid of this function, because why do it if it will be done? So this is a bit of fear that if we now completely rely on these tools, that at first maybe will relieve our workday, but eventually we will simply be incapable to do things ourselves, even very simple, because brain needs to be trained to work efficiently. So I think we definitely need more long-term research to show what happens when people stop writing themselves, consolidating ideas, and things like that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that beautiful answer.
I forgot one thing. The studies, all studies are cross-sectional studies. And to find causality, we need to do longitudinal studies. It is one thing important, because we don't have this.
Okay, thank you. So I think both of you emphasized on long-term and longitudinal studies to be done more in this area, in different areas actually, neuroscience and how digital innovation influences us on a neuroscientific, neuropsychological level, but then also about coexisting with VUCA environments. So then with that, I would like to thank you so much for your contribution prior to the discussion and today now. I'm very thankful for everything that you shared, and I hope that we can also find future collaborations between us, and we can keep on with the beautiful connections that we made during the symposium. And I would like to thank the audience. I know it was the last panel discussion, so we were probably the most hated discussion, but thank you so much for your patience. And without further ado, I give the word back to my colleague Mehmet, and we can wrap things up slowly. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our panelists. The end of the day. So that was the end. You see how smooth it was. We start from the general aspect of the life with education, and then the workplace environment, in all the aspects of the life, in the all combinations that we can feel stress and pressure in our life, and how can we escape from this. I would like to thank all of you, our students. I would like to thank our professors, speakers who make all the way and came here and put this valuable insight. I would like to thank our organizers. They put too much effort into this, and they make it possible to create this inclusive environment. That's once again shows us that what we can do in here, and we are always making better and better. And we will expect you next week also with new topics to discuss, with new challenges that we are going to try to solve, how to get rid of it. And I hope you will all stay in the peace. You will all paying attention on your own personality, rather than that the things which at the end of the day will not be valuable in your life, because when we come to the end of our life, we are start to question ourselves, for what I was suffering. Your life is matter. And I wish you a great day, and thank you very much, all of you. Yes, please.